Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble for naman sa receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dyan, ng flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Magandang tanghali sa inyo lahat. Tayo ay muling nagbabalik para dito sa ating CFS SEA Masters 2026 Summer na kung saan ikalawang linggo na at ikawaling araw ng ikalawang linggo. Kami yung mga kasama dito sa ating panel, Mochi and El nga pala. And it's been a while, El. Welcome back dito sa ating panel desk.
Yes, very happy to be here, no, sabihin for Salvatore for 1/3 of the day, no, for this moment lang. Pero
Yes.
natatakot ako, Mochi, kasi yung mga nangyari this week, nakakasira ng predictions. So, ine-expect ko talaga na yung predictions ko for this day counted at maganda naman yung mga laban natin for this one.
Yeah, hopefully, no, I'm pretty sure na yung Rosie teams natin ata, no, yung magpapakitang gilas ngayon, especially yung third natin na maya-maya makikita nyo sa ating schedule kung ano nga bang laban ang ating aabangan dyan. Pero before natin mag-proceed doon, no, let us discuss ano nga ba yung mga nangyari from yesterday at sinimulan nga ng veteran versus team acceptance. And medyo natuwa tayo, no, sa growth ng veteran kasi biro mo, mas madikit na ang kanilang scoreline, no, against with the likes of 80.
Yes, it's I feel like veterans is the perfect matchup for acceptance. Pero ang problema lang is there's still a level difference, no. For this one though, acceptance na-challenge sila ng onte, very very slight lang, no. Masasabi ko na if it wasn't for a certain man with very big biceps and ina-idolize ni Bipolar, no, it would be a bit closer. Pero yun nga, no, there's still the difference of the Rosie team and the Impact turned Masters team dito. And I think the Filipino prowess rather is still better on this matchup. So, acceptance, that's a Rosie team na munti ka na kayong maunahan. Pero yun nga, no, 7 and 6, all goods lang yung scoreline na yan. Buti hindi nag-double digits tong veterans natin.
Yeah, and I guess yun lang yung naging malaking struggle din sa kanila. It is heck alongside with some occurrences galing kay Silent as well as kay Ajax, no, na talagang deserve din na ma-highlight ni Silent dito, no, especially dito sa mapa ng Angkara natin kasi grabe rin naman talaga yung control na facilitate nila in here. Pero again, no, very nice na nakikita natin yung growth para dito sa veteran kasi there's been already some creativity being shown dito no for both of our maps, and that's so happy lang na they're already taking inspiration and integrating yung meta natin sa kanilang laruan. Pero I think hindi natin masasabi yung same thing dito for TARINGBABI and as well as Comeback Friends, no? It seems like they got overwhelmed and owned dito, no? Galing sa mga kumpare natin from CBF.
Yes, kumbaga, kung yung veterans, napakita yung kanilang veterancy and tenure, nakita din naman natin kung gaano ka-green, no? Kung gaano kahilaw dito yung TARINGBABI sa galawan nila. Especially na itong CBF, well, as much as ngayon pa lang natin nakita tong team na to, the players have already experienced the Masters level playstyle, no? So, mas malala dito yung matchup ng TARINGBABI if Acceptance versus Veteran was like the better Rosie team versus arguably the easier Filipino team. TARINGBABI we would consider the newer and the weaker, no, as per se na Rosie team, and CBF the more tenured Filipino team talaga. Ang hirap na makita itong klaseng laruan para sa TARINGBABI, pero of course the hardest lessons or rather the hardest mistakes will always bear the greater lessons dito para sa TARINGBABI, and sana may mapulot sila dito sa nangyayari sa kanila, no, as much as it is very disappointing for them.
Yeah, that is true, no? Parang ano lang yan, parang puno lang yun, no? Putulan mo ng isang branch, mas lalago, no? Kumbaga, and I feel like that is quite of a really good symbolism and comparison para dito, no? Sa exposure ng TARINGBABI ngayon dito sa ating scene. But again, no? Strong mechanics. I feel like kailangan na lang talaga nilang pag-isipan ng maigi kung paano nila i-adapt yung mga executes, yung pacing natin dito. Kasi okay na naman sila pagdating sa barilan, no? Pero dito naman tayo sa execution and as well as matches na talagang gumulantang ng lahat, nasira ang prediction ng lahat, ultimo yung community pumabor dito kay execution, pero sabi ni MATTJESS, sisirain namin yan kasi yung branding namin, kami pa rin.
Exactly, no? I don't want to spoil the meme dito ni Sneaky na papakita natin mamaya. Pero, just to preface it, it's MATTJESS, man. And I feel like with this win ng MATTJESS over Execration, just sets the tone para sa Summers na, okay, natalo ang Virtus.pro, natalo ang Stallions, Execration might just do it, but wait lang. We're gonna bring you back down to earth dito. MATTJESS doing exactly that and showing na nothing is ever free dito sa laruan natin, especially if the thing that you are fighting for is a trip, a ticket, and a visa, no, to Paris. And I feel like MATTJESS, they might not have had the greatest of starts dito, Mochi, but still, we know them to come back, and siguro yun na lang yung context clues natin para sa meme na papakita dito na ginawa naman ni Sneak Front.
Of course, no? And I feel like sobrang happy namin na bipolar kasi yung semi-crash out na ginawa namin yung second map, nagkaroon talaga ng dulot na maganda. Kasi parang kailangan yun talaga ipag-igihan, MATTJESS, no? Pero at the same time, no, not that we are not looking for exploration, pero again, we're just reminding MATTJESS what they are truly capable of, and we are quite proud and happy na finally pinakita nila yun dito, no? To end it off then for the day. Grabe. Puno ng surprises, but at the same time, there is some moderation or modulation na ginagawa din dito sa ating mga teams, no? Wherein every single time, sinasabi natin na, expectation namin, hahabay lang, expectation namin, magiging dikit yan, pero they immediately prove us otherwise. Kaya naman tignan na rin natin ang ating updated na standings right now, because after all of the fights and the matches from yesterday, ang daeng na swap.
Yes, maraming nangyari, Mochi, no? I feel like for this one, come back in friends. Why are you there, no? Pero siguro sabihin lang natin na meron sila 5 matches as sabihin natin, hindi naman sila yung pinaka maraming laro. Acceptance, yun nga, no? They almost taken more than half of their season. And with the 3-3 standing, all good. We need to look though dito sa mga sa may matches na 3 and 2 kasi sila yung mas makita natin later on the weeks. Yun yung pinaka-importante dito. Fervid, also with that plus-minus, sila yung isa sa contenders natin. And not to mention, the reigning champions, Stallions, with 112 plus-minus. As much as yun nga, yung talo nila sa execution, we can still feel it and we can still siguro develop kung ano yung nangyayari sa kanila. Yung schedule nila yung problema ko no? And with their matchup today, I just fear that the reigning champions might take another blow, pero knowing na they are Stallions, they can deliver and bounce back.
Yeah, for sure, no? I feel like yun naman din ina-anticipate natin dito. And again, no, everyone, titigan nyo na lang din na maigi kung ilang matches na yung mga nalalaro ng mga teams natin para may idea din kayo if this is still a good thing na nandito sila sa current na standings natin or not, no? Kasi some of them are already running out of chances, no, to keep themselves on top. Pero I guess it's just right na i-acknowledge din natin ang ating mga daily highlights from yesterday kasi may mga players na naman muli na nagpakitang gilas at nag-aura farm sa mga laruan natin. Kaya check up na natin kung sino ang nasa first clip.
First clip natin ay si Bright, no? 6-man dito ng CBF but the lights are not too bright. Siya kasi yung nagpapailaw talaga dito so nabulag lang yung mga kalaban niya dito sa TARINGBABI, no? And I feel like this highlight, as much as it looks cool, I don't want to say this but it's the Rosie team and it's an exhibition at this point, no, na sure nagkaroon ng problems ata yung peripheral state ni Tetsu but that's also an opportunity for their 6-man to play. Like sa iisipin ko, no, sa perspective na ECBF, okay, Rosie team to, why not let our guy play? And they did let him play and he shown brightly.
True. And it's nice na nakita natin si Fred dito, no, sa ating lobby right now. Nagkaroon siya ng chance na ipakita kung sino siya, no. And sabi ni Tetsu, pre, wala akong armas ngayon, no. Ikaw na lang muna sumago pa, which is, sabi niya, sige bro, happily, di ba? Happily ya talaga nga ginawa yun. At na-feature pa siya dito sa ating highlight. So, let's see kung kanino namang team at kung sinong player naman ang susunod natin. At ito ay galing kay Yaba. Ba, walang kupas talaga.
Si Bright nagkaroon, no? Si Yaba din, syempre hindi siya papatalo. This hold sa ating corner, sa may CA banda, no? Feel ko, they're trying to practice lang this setup because of their upcoming matches, so knowing na they still haven't faced their greatest opponents. Pero, of course, if you want to practice, might as well practice against the Rosie teams. And kung meron na moment si Bright, si Yaba, iisa din. Pero, syempre, lalamangan nyo lang sa ranking ng top 5 highlights na dito. Kung yung 6-man namin is nasa 5, yung main 5 ay nasa 4, siguro the math might be adding up, I don't know, pero yun nga, no, he just wants to one-up their 6-man, I feel.
True. Grabe, no? Pero goods din yan, no, for Yaba, just definitely showing from time and time again, no, kahit ever since the first week natin, no, if wala dyan ng kanya mga kasama, talagang willing na willing siya na gumawa or mag-handle ng dirty work natin, which is just
Exactly.
nice. Hindi, oh. Grabe, niraragasan walang preno si Yaba. Pero let's see ang ating third highlight. This is from Yedja na parang we're already having doubts. Pero tignan mo naman ang ginawa niya dito.
Kung sinabi mo walang preno yung kay Yaba, ito talaga walang preno. Nagka-red light lang dito sa may hagdan sa luwag. Pero after natin naman the first kill, good. A bit of moves here and there. Si Polex talaga nag-try niya pa magtago dun sa pillar ng Cram, pero wala talaga siya magagawa, no? And Yetja talagang didiretso na lang. Pagka-spawn niya, okay, I have a mission and my mission is to get site A. Ubusin ko sila lahat. At nung naubos siya nga, no, nakuha niya pa mag-reload, pero ninakawan siya ng kill dito sa may dulo. Okay lang. At least he got his highlight and that's our top 3, no, Mochi. Very impressive because all he did was press, or rather tap W.
Tama, no? And the fact na wala man lang siyang kasama, no? Si Vincent ay nag-arrive sa dulo pa once that they're already trying to sandwich everyone doon sa ating skip na area, no? Talagang just shows, no, kung gaano ka-prepared at gutom itong si Etja na ubusin lahat ng mga member natin dito from execution. This is just wonderful to see, no? Welcome back, Yetja, as well, no? I'm pretty sure na magsa-search din ang iyong stats after your performance dito sa ating laban against Execration. Yung CBN eh, no? Hindi na rin talaga siya naka-abante or naka-atras pa. Wala na siyang patutunguhan pang iba. Pero let's see ang ating next na highlight. This is from Zach. Isa pang welcome back yan, El.
So, ano, I feel like we've been talking about Zach a lot nung nag-usap ko sa tayo mga talents. Like, he's one of the top 3 snipers, top 5 snipers, pero the results of MATTJESS is not reflecting sa laruan niya, no? Pero this time, the highlight showed it all, and with their win, no, their bounce back win versus Secretion of the current Kingslayers sa ating liga, it's just impressive to see this man get his highlight. See that Artico work and see that USP switch up, no? Very, very impressive, and talagang kung kailangan mo si Zach, he's always there. I just hope that MATTJESS' form is also there, no, for their following matches. No, uy, bars.
Wow, bars. And I hope that we can also see, parang hindi pala hope, no? Parang meron nang kaunting resemblance sa galawan ni Cetra, the way that he switches in between angles at kung gaano siya kabilis din maglapag ang kanyang dito, no, aim down sights. Just pretty crazy for us to witness din dito galing kay Zach. Pero let's see ang ating next one. Ito ay galing naman kay Boss Heck. Ano na siya?
Ayan na. Number 1 dito sa highlight natin. And for some of our stats, no, rather most of our stats, number 1 si Heck. Fun fact guys, no, bukod sa highlight na to, si Heck, all throughout week 1 and week 2, he's been consistently in the top 10s of the important rankings bilang isang sniper. KD, kills per round, and smokes per round, and the plus minus. Nandyan si Heck, and of course, number 1 din siya sa ating daily highlights, no, from yesterday. And with that poll dito sa may lawas ng House B, I would say that, Heck, we're going to need a little bit more, konting reps pa, dahil yung team mo, as much as you guys have had your half of the season, okay na siguro yung results nyo, pero alanganin pa rin kayo and kailangan mo pa magbuhat, quite literally.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I couldn't agree more what you have mentioned. Pero balita ko, meron tayong pasingit dito. Gusto ko to. Matches qualify for every player for every title in Master and they can get away with it again this season? Question mark. Kita mo naman, no? Parang sila na yung nagtitila, mistulang gatekeepers nga dito, no? Sa ating league. Every single time. And it's nice na meron tayo post galing kay Sneak about that. Kasi it's worthy to be called out talaga.
Pinag-isipan namin ni Sneaky, nandun ako, nagtanong pa, ano magandang meme dito? Meron kami isa yung nilalabas sa bar pero bigla nag-spawn sa likod. Pero hindi, sabi ko tuloy, they can't keep getting away with this one, Sneak. Tapos boom! There goes the idea. Nakuha namin yung meme, and then the editing process was by Sneaky Frog. Ako, observer lang ako, so quality control, no, like usual. Pero yeah, they can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah, that is true. Pero hey, I don't hate it. I'm pretty sure the community doesn't hate it kasi it's all for a good reason naman talaga, do. Parang wala silang aayaan na, oh, maganda yung estado mo, pero babangasan namin yan at yung bangas na yan manggagaling sa amin, sabi dito ni MATTJESS. And I do think that we also have one more feature, no? And this is in line para sa ating mga fathers, no? Sa lahat ng mga tatay at mga tumatayong tatay, no? Especially sa panahon ngayon, no? And it's just worthy din na i-honor natin ang ating mga fathers. So, happy Father's Day sa lahat.
Happy Father's Day sa lahat, no? To the fathers that stepped up, to the mothers that became the fathers, and to every single patriarchal figure natin sa buhay, no? Happy Father's Day. Ikaw mo, may tanong ako, sino yung father figure natin sa broadcast, sa talents? Time to point fingers.
Meron ba?
Wala na. Wala. Lahat tayo dito, mga magkakapatid.
It's either si Sneak o si Salvido. It's either those two, yeah. Sila dalawa talaga kasi yung nag-guide sa atin eh.
And
may
nagsabi
si
sa atin.
Tito eh. Si Tito Dido,
yung
si
iba,
Tito Bipolar, si Tito Ramon, di ba?
Ano tayo? Wala tayong father figure. Sabihin na lang natin, yung father figure natin, si Smilegate, di ba? Yun yung best Hanson, di ba? And then lahat tayo.
Happy Father's Day, Alex!
Happy Father's Day, Sir Alex.
Us, the talents.
Yung mga makulit mong talents. Yeah, happy Father's Day, everyone.
Yeah. And let us see naman, no? Since natapos tayo sa ating mga pa-shoutout and as well as mga SOCMED stuff, tingnan naman natin ang ating player feature that is from Kano. Because
Yes.
there are some changes here, no? Based sa ating KD, KRHK, and as well as SR here. Paano ba natin i-breakdown yan?
Let's break this down because first step, no, season 1 is spring, season 2 is summer. And yung season 1 stats natin, mga kaibigan, no, para sa mga viewers, calculated yan by the totality. Natapos yung season 1, yung spring, at the end of the playoffs, yung nanalo sila sa grand finals, yan yung stats ni Kano. And as much as may nakalagay na arrow down dyan, no, may dalawang pula sa season 2 natin, it's actually an improvement because even though meron pala silang 3 matches or 2 matches dito, ang Stallions, Kano has been pumping out the same numbers, no? Even better pa nga sa headshot siya sa smokes. That means, nag-improve yung si Kano sa pag-smoke, no? Imbis na nagbabato siya ng smoke every 5 rounds, every 6 rounds na siya nagbabato, no? Ganun ginagawa niya. Pero I feel like this is just consistency. Bumaba man, we haven't seen the rest of the games dito ni Kano, no? Makikita pa lang natin,
Yes.
and that is just a warning sign or rather foretelling na pataas yan lalo, no? Kung ganyan siya consistent ngayon kaaga.
Yeah, kumbaga ang dae pang na mangyayari, no? So, chill lang kayo dyan. Pero we also have a hottest player, hottest team, and as well as the hottest map, no? Para sa ating, as of the current time, our hottest player natin dito is definitely in terms of the performance, yung total kills versus the total deaths and even yung assistive qualities ng player if applicable, no? At
Yes.
ano nga ba ang ibig sabihin ng plus minus na yan having 54 dito kay Hek?
Plus minus, ibig sabihin lang yan, that is the impact of a player in the round. If he is alive, he will bump out numbers. For example, the man advantage na laging nilalabas nito ni Hek, no? Para sa hottest team naman natin, FERVID, of course, they're currently the top 3 team from spring, looking to be the top 1 dahil wala pa silang talo. And of course, the hottest map natin would be Port. Fun fact, guys, yan yung hottest map natin alongside Eagle Eye, but Eagle Eye currently is a cursed map, no? Sa dami nang nangyari doon na kababalaghan recently. And the most banned, mga kaibigan, hindi Mexico, it's Black Widow. Ban rate of 89%. It has been banned
Grabe.
16 times and only picked twice. And remember, yung pick twice na yun, no, yung 2 picks na yun, map 3. So, sasabihin ko lang sa'yo, Black Widow, parang hanggang pub game na lang yan, hanggang DM na lang yan, hanggang FFA na lang yan. Pero pagdating sa Masters, no-go ang mga teams natin.
And I find that really fascinating, no, that our map picks already shifted to this point na ang pinapriority na lagi is already Eagle Eye and as well as itong si Port, no, na parang dati lang ang dalas-dalas natin nakikita ang Black Widow, but right now I don't think that is the case anymore. Pero I feel like it's just right na makapag-proceed tayo ngayon, no, sa ating susunod na segment where guys, meron kayong chance na manalo ng 100 e-coins, no? Kanina, di ba pinakita namin ng mga highlights natin from yesterday. Pwede kayong mag-join just by liking and following ang ating CROSSFIRE Philippines Facebook and YouTube pages. I-share nyo yung highlight na nadaripan nyo at ilagay nyo sa caption, bakit nga ba deserve nun maging play of the week? And be sure to include ang iyong IGN and as well as ang ating hashtags na hashtag CFS Summer and hashtag CFS Play of the Week. At huwag niyong kakalimutan na i-public ang inyong shared post para naman na yan ay visible from our moderators.
Exactly, no? Meron din kami mga kasos giveaway, guys, kasi yung mga pages namin, minsan kulang-kulang sa requirements. So, almost the same requirements. Tingnan niyo lang yung mga posts namin. May mga play of the week din kami nila Sneaky, nila Bipolar dyan. Nagkakasi Bipolar habang nag-rank match. So, makita nyo din yun sa mga page namin. Pero yun nga, no? May giveaway si CROSSFIRE, may giveaway kaming mga talents, at marami pang iba. Sali na kayo, ang daming e-coin dyan. Ayaw nyo, akin na lang.
Ayun na, binagbantaan na kayo na itong kasama ko. Check nyo na lang, no? And let us talk about na nga din ang ating today's matchup. Kasi, dito magkakaalaman sa ating schedule, no? Bagay na natin kanina, there will be some games muli na matatamasa ng Taringbabi as well as veteran. At yan na yung makakatapat nila ang matches and as well as Virtus.pro. And for our day ender, it will be Team Stallions versus FERVID. All I know, L is andain na namang mangyayari at magkakagulo na naman tayo pagdating sa ating third match.
Maraming viewers, maraming commenters, at marami
Alam
muna
na.
tayo papanoorin na Crossfire before that. No? Yung papanoorin natin Crossfire is going to be na si Lemak versus si Log. I can't find the comparison. Pero yun nga yung ating yung ating first two matches, no. Indonesia versus Philippines veterans matches, TB versus VP. I just hope veterans get a better step from yesterday, but it's matches, no. They can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah, especially after what we've seen yesterday, no? I feel like this is gonna be pretty difficult for veteran, especially now that matches already got reminded, no? Parang nagkaroon lang sila ng amnesia saglit, tapos ngayon okay na, kilala ko na yung sarili ko uli, no? Parang dito for matches. And I can't wait kung ano nga ba yung maging performance team veteran dito ngayon. Pero pakilala na nga natin sila dito, no? Because we definitely saw some people here na talagang nag-step up worthy na ma-acknowledge sa kanilang mga laro.
Yes, veteran, as much as they are still a rosy team, no, have seen improvements from spring to summer. Yung stats nila medyo alanganin from our eyes, pero it is still going to be veteran, the number one seed technically ng Rosea. They have a lot of experience locally for them, no, sa Indonesia, and they have been the representatives ng ating Indonesia pagdating sa ating international games. Pero yun nga, fires out, shock in. I feel like it's a day job thingy dito, no, Mochi. So, of course, even with Fires being the standout guy dito ng ating veterans, Shock is still a valuable piece of this component of this team. A valuable component of this team. And I feel like no matter who you slot in, the performance of veteran is going to be there. A win, not much to be expected, but it is going to be a welcome surprise kapag nakakuha sila ng map win, ng clutch, na magandang macro. So yeah, veterans, we wish you all good luck, and I feel like they're still happy, no, to be representing the rest of Southeast Asia.
Yes, please pagpatuloy niyo lang yan. I really do hope that they can just continue this type of improvement, this direction they've been doing well. I mean, it's not an instant snap in terms of the progress, but hey, we acknowledge those small achievements that we have here for them, and I'm happy to see that. And for these, actually, I feel like the recent history that they have here doesn't fully encapsulate what their progress is so far. It's a series of 0-2s, but these 0-2s are actually pretty close maps than before in the last time that we saw them during the spring qualifiers.
Exactly. Their schedule is looking a bit easy. No, not easier. It's lukewarm for me. Matches, Atras, Execration, TB, VP, FV. I feel like there's no easy match for veterans, but yeah, they're still gonna try to learn, and they are still going to be the what's the word for this? The idols of the new generation of Crossfire players in Indonesia, right? So we're going to be seeing, I think, the quote, which is going to be, of course, in English, Mochi. And who will be your toughest matchup in week 2 and why? That is the question for Drones, and he answered both Team Acceptance and Matches, which are their only matchups in week 2. So he basically said, everyone, right? It's tough because we're so much way behind from them. Don't have expectation on us. XD, very, very unk, but we're trying our best. So just watch the match and enjoy the game. And I feel like every time that they play, that is what we are doing, right? We're watching them and we're just enjoying their improvement, and a bit of XD there, the most unk you can say, Jones. I like that. A bit of flavor in the interview.
Yeah, that is true. But yeah, they're pretty chill. That's all you can say. They're pretty chill and they're just happy to be here. And we're happy that you guys are here as well. And in a bit, we're also going to be talking about matches because, again, after multiple losses to start this group stage, they finally broke the streak of Execration, who just recently defeated Team Stallions and Virtus.pro. So, talk about, I don't know, what could be a good word to describe them other than surprising, dude.
I have an analogy here, Mochi. Think of a series main character where they come from season 1 and then go into season 2, they lost their memory. oh, I had an amnesia, and then everyone around them is trying to make them remember what they are. And once they remembered, yes, I am MATTJESS. This is my prophecy. I will always be the top 4 team in the Philippines, and I will always qualify even if we lose many matches before, right? So that is
Yeah.
MATTJESS. They're not the rank 1 MC, but they are right there, right? So you
Yes.
see here, Vincent, the new IGL for this team. You can see them in their boot camp, I would say. Still
go.
very chill. No one's watching because it's very early in the afternoon. Everyone usually watches in the evening when their matches are in the evening. But yeah, very hyped. Thank you, doing a bit of dances here and there. But yeah, matches. The one word I would describe this team is unpredictable. You don't know what you're getting out of them, right?
They are, oh my gosh.
They're like a mystery bag that you buy
It's like
online.
a gacha.
Yeah, they're like gacha, exactly. You don't know if you're gonna
Yeah.
get the R rating matches, the SR matches, or the ultra rare SSSSR plus plus, which we saw last night, right? And with the
Yeah.
schedule right now, I feel like matches
That, dude.
will just have an easy road up until STS.
Yeah, I feel like that's the only problem that they will be having here, the one against STS. And we also shouldn't be counting out Atras. That might be a bit close, but at the same
Yes.
time, if matches will be continuing this type of performance against Secretion, well, we won't be surprised at all if they will be winning that as well. I mean, they should be breaking that lose streak right now, just by basing from the schedule that they currently have, the remaining matches that they currently have, and I guess it's also just right that we also see who would be the players in our head-to-head, because again, both of these teams have something to offer, and it is gonna be EV9 versus Yetja.
Yeah, I feel like if I look at my stat sheet, right, both of these players, EV9 and Yetja, they are both in the red. And when my stat sheets say that they are in the red, that means they are below the 30th ranking, right? They are very low. But I mean, you can say that for veterans, it's easy to put them in the red, like below the top 30 players because of their standing as a Rosea team. But for Yetja, man, this guy has been receiving a bit of backlash from his performance. But of course, someone has to do the dirty work for the team, right? And it's usually Yetja. So with his performance comparable to EV9 as being that entry, that sacrificial lamp for their teams, I would like to see who is better at acting on that role.
Same. And I think we can already start seeing that once that we learn about which maps our teams will be playing on right
Oh, no.
now.
Oh, no.
We're gonna have that survey for our first map. Oh no, veteran. Why did you leave that open? But I guess they're a bit
Okay.
too tired of New Mexico already, so I guess they just leave it out. We also have Port here for our second map, and also Ankara as our decider if we will be reaching that decider.
Yes, I feel like it's hard here for any Rosy team because when it comes to a Filipino team, you don't ban New Mexico first because you know somehow that Filipino team can play New Mexico. But when it comes to a Rosea team, the Filipino team say, you know what, let's play New Mexico just for funsies. And that is the quote-unquote joke or prank or abuse that the Rosy teams don't want to take on, right? So they're gonna ban New Mexico. That opens up sub-base. They take Port, which is the Rosea best map, but Ankara is the third, right? So at least if you survive the onslaught of the Cebuanos on map number 1, you might have a chance at Port, but currently, statistics says that MATTJESS, even with their losing streak being broken with their win against Execration, their Port has a 67% win rate with 2 matches out of 3 being won. And I feel like veterans, there's no easy way out in this conversation.
Yeah, it seems like it's a dead end either way.
Yes.
Unfortunately. But let us see our predictions here right now for the entirety of our casters and fellow talents. Just 2 zeros across the board here, all in favor for MATTJESS, and I guess you guys already know the reason why, but again, already like a broken record every single time. Veteran, get a map, please. Get a map. I will be
Yes.
happy.
There will be only 2 conditions on where I will take a veterans win. Number one is if they're up against another Rosy team. Number two, if they take a map out of a Filipino team. But the community says, am I blind? 18%, 19%, 18 because matches is 82. There we go. I should not see. I should not be looking at veterans, right? So matches 82%. The community is still rooting for veterans just a tiny bit. But when the results do come, Mochi, and they will, in next year maybe, or maybe in regionals, that community pulse might swing towards the Rosea teams.
I mean, you'll never know. You'll never know at this point, especially with how fast everything is just growing and improving so far. But I guess it's also time for us to welcome our casters, which you already might have an idea about it. Let us welcome Sneaky Frog and as well as Bipolar on our desk here. Hi and hello. We're looking very summery there, Sneaky Frog. How are you doing?
And yeah, I'm kind of seeing the sun right in front of me because you know how yellow I look on the broadcast. But you know, we are pretty much chilling as of today. Obviously, you guys kind of saw the meme that I posted as of recent, and I kind of feel like that the MATTJESS prophecy is now starting to kind of play itself out. Obviously, with the win up against Execration, to everyone's surprise except me. You know, this could be the beginning of one of the best storylines in this tournament. In all honesty.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what you have mentioned. I feel like MATTJESS has been sparking a lot of conversations right now after that win that they garnered yesterday. But how about you, Bipolar? Anything that you would like to see for the match of Veteran versus MATTJESS?
I mean, I think we're expecting the rise now for coming from MATTJESS, right? After their win yesterday, it's going to be an easier road up ahead, possibly even a breakthrough for them to qualify for the playoffs. But as well as for Veteran, we're seeing some rise from their improvements as well. It's a given that they've been here a year, a tournament already. So with them improving, it's a pretty nice scene. But I hope that they can rise as well in the coming of matches.
Yeah, and again, Veteran, please make it closer, okay?
Yes.
we're begging, and at the same time, we already see the possibility of that happening. So, yeah. And let's see what we have here for our watch points. How can Veteran prepare versus an unpredictable team here, El? Do you have any inputs about this?
Okay. As a coach myself, this preparation should have started in the off-season. Number one, you should have gotten the coach either from the Philippines, willing to work with you guys to improve. Number two, you should be scouting new players from the Indonesia region, right? Surely there are people in Indonesia watching you guys. There are kids playing Crossfire. But that's all in the past, right? Nothing we can do about that. For this match specifically, Mochi, they need to just be aware of how aggressive MATTJESS is. If you look at the statistics again, if the reference sheet, MATTJESS has a sniper, an IGL, and 3 attackers who is technically the IGL is technically an attacker also, right? So just be prepared for the aggression no matter the side. And what else can I say? Good luck. Have fun. Yeah.
Agree. And I actually like the pointers that you mentioned. It could be, again, that was like the top priority that we are really vouching for Veteran to have so far, is for them to actually acquire that coach. Other than the technicalities within the game itself. But let us see for the next one. MATTJESS curse is now lifted, and it's just right that it is gonna be a sign for Sneaky Frog. Please tell us more about this.
Well, yeah, right. It has been a fact. I don't think this is just opinion at this point, that every time that MATTJESS has qualified ever since Master started back in 2023 or restarted back in 2023, you know, it kind of has been a recurring pattern that MATTJESS is gonna somehow slip their way into top 4. I think the only time that they didn't really qualify was the one regional that they didn't qualify, which was that was when Team Secret actually got 4th in that one. But I really do not count that much because they did not qualify for that tournament. But the moment they qualified for the next season, guess what happened? Playoffs again.
It's just a recurring theme every single time that they get that chance into qualifying and just moving forward. I wonder what's with MATTJESS. I don't know what is it. Anong agimat, right? What's the blessing? What's the talisman that they're having for that to happen? But how about our last watch point? Let us see which is this directed onto. Is it Veteran? Is it MATTJESS? Let's check. Paging. There we go. Visit is now activated, ladies and gentlemen. But in my honest opinion, Vincent has already been activated, but now the amplification's been greater than ever. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like yes, he's been activated ever since, but the elevation now for Vincent and his
Yes.
team is at an all-time high. We said this before, but even when the series started yesterday, that it's still matches as a team is still a threat. It just requires time for them to show that they are a threat. And given that they won that amazing series up against Execration, now we can confidently say that okay, matches is here, and this is the matches that we all know and love. So. Yep, activated is indeed the word there, but elevation will be happening in their next few matches.
Yeah, that's for sure. Especially that their schedule seems a lot more lighter than what they suffered upon from before. But I feel like our sub-base mat is already up and ready. It's just right for us to hand it over to our casters, Sticky Frog and Bipolar. Nakraka na.
It's time to rock on, Mochi. It's gonna be one hell of a matchup. This time, it's gonna be matches and as well as veteran and Sneaky Frog. I feel like it is a shocker for some of the viewers right now that veteran actually opened up sub base. But I do agree with this map pick here that they just banned out New Mexico because again they're tired. They don't want that a playing field that they don't really know too well. And if you remember quite clearly, when veteran was playing before, when it was their first time playing in Masters Spring. They were there picking out sub base like a few times, so I feel like it's not really a shocker. But up against matches though, that's the shocking thing. They open sub base up against matches.
Yeah, I feel like any other team would probably just ban sub base out the gate, right? But the problem is with the Rosea teams, and I feel like that goes for TARINGBABI as well. It's kind of a tragic coincidence that the sub base map is probably their most played map on their side, and considering that half of the teams here, or almost more than half of the teams here, are comprised of Cebuano, so they do know the sub-base map back and forth through the vents and into MR as well. So I feel like the knowledge here is definitely, on the side of MATTJESS, considering they were going for very nutty timings, especially in yesterday's games, up against Execration, which actually they did a really good job, especially on the second half, just kind of shutting down what kind of game plan Execration tried to attempt, especially on their defense. And Veteran is going to try to see if they can kind of contain that, right? I mean, Veteran, I was actually low-key impressed by their last result up against Team Acceptance, to be specific, right? They got all the way up to 7 on the map of Port. I feel like if they actually played sub-base in that map, I feel like, there would be a realistic chance for them to get something going. But I feel like, if you put Dre in a map like sub-base, I feel like he could just pop off exactly like that. But I feel like Veteran, they could definitely pull some stops up against this MATTJESS team. I think MATTJESS is going to try to go very, very aggressive at the start of this game. And we saw what happened to Acceptance, that if they go too aggressive up against Veteran, it just seems like the boys can catch it.
Yeah, I mean, preparation is there for Veteran, right? Up against these teams that are very fast and as well as aggressive. And I feel like those two words come into the name of matches entirely. Yes, you have Zach. Yes, you have Jason that are sometimes very, very slow. But with these expectations coming in, Veteran might still give up a big fight. But yeah, sub-base, just like the interview last time or yesterday, to be exact, Zach did say that this is their comfort map, and even for Jason, right? So let's see if it is going to be a one hell of a bout here on sub-base. But of course, let's look at our player comps in the first map.
Tulo. Nice. Oh, siklet din kayo dong. Sabar dulu. Turun.
Oh, we're back. Looks like locked in Veteran, but look at Vincent now. He's going to be pushing in towards the wood side. The CV9 with an easy frag. It's Twin Sism with the second, so easy pickings now for Veteran.
That's what I was talking about here, Polar. And Zach gonna get his headshot as well on towards EV9. Veteran with a bit of space on the side of loose stairs, but at the same time, a Veteran, they're just playing the war of attrition. They're kind of just holding their part of the map and kind of grouping at the same time. They're staying connected in this map, man.
And again, this is just matches go in front of the faces of Veteran. With Veteran just holding down these areas of their map, they're just going for reactionary plays. Meanwhile, Jason pushing now towards drones. Twintism close by, and with the M14, he spams, misses some shots there, but Twintism, low in HP, will be dead. It's a 2v2 in round number 1, 30 seconds though. Bomb planted on B. Shock. Can he give a shocker play towards MATTJESS here? Spray on down, connects
It's
onto
over.
one, but it's a 1v1. Low in HP, Jason spotted on Darkroom. But there's a lot of time here for Jason to play with, but time is ticking. Shock, unaware that Jason has already slipped by through the defense in the post plant, and MATTJESS claims the first round.
Yeah, and that's so unlucky from the side of MATTJESS, right? They were supposed to lose that type of round because Veteran at the start of it, they actually did a really good job of kind of baiting out Ninkyu from his position here in gate ever since they got the kill on Vincent. I think they're very well aware as soon as MATTJESS, or at least one of their members dies, there will be a push forward to try to get a trade, but ㅍMatch gonna skip a few steps and get a kill on another player. Shock's gonna go down as well.
These M14 sneaky, they are deadly in sub-base, and Veteran, I think they don't know what to do in this round. Everyone's just falling, a flawless cleanup coming from MATTJESS.
Yeah, I would want to see more of what we saw from round number 1 right here, Polar. I want to see them kind of more together in this map to try and see if they can contain some of these 2-man or 1-man pushes from the side of MATTJESS, but seems like they can't just take it. Here comes Zach, though.
Oh, but I like the sneaky. They're going for a 3-2 split up. But there's also someone behind it, ㅍMatch here on gate. And with his play onto the outer side of the map, he claims 3 kills here on Woods. And as you can see, Veteran already stumbled upon Wood. They got some kills here on MR, but the C4 is in the hands of MATTJESS.
ㅍMatch's headset's about to go on his forehead, man. He has to be careful about that. It's not the head. That's not the
Forehead.
It's not
Forehead.
the glasses, my friend. But shot. Oh, nice shot. Wait, hold on. 2v2.
It's doable. Look at this. Jason is low in HP. They can retrieve the C4. I feel like Vincent, as soon as he gets engaged here, he doesn't want to fight. But again, there's still plenty of time. It's currently 1 minute and 20 seconds. Flash is there. Vincent knows this.
Put your hand on the mouse, game.
He's not even using his hands here, Sneaks. Testing times for a Veteran if they can clearly get the C4 spotted, but Vincent not spotted yet. Veteran doesn't know that there's someone behind, and it's Vincent, the IGL, the captain sprays on down, and MATTJESS with their third.
That's how you know Vincent has played one too many sub-base games in the game of Crossfire. He does know that very cheeky angle that you can just kind of crouch spam and get any information that you can on all the Woods players. But here comes MATTJESS trying to take MR again.
Oh, look at this. It's a frenzy here on MR. 2 players down for Veteran. An unexpected push where 3 players will be buried. Vincent with 1 more, and Reknart dying is not a good sign. Look at Drones. He is dumbfounded and killed as he gets out of passage. 4 rounds for match. This is turning into a match just free farm up against Veteran.
Yeah, and Veteran, whatever they did in the first round, they just stopped doing it in its entirety, and it is kind of tragic for Veteran that in sub-base, you know, MR is kind of the non-negotiable. You have to take that part of the map if you want to go B, but they want to go fast A.
Oh, it's a big push. Second mid will be given by Jason. Shock clears him off. There's 1 player on A, and I think they can just easily kill him out. There goes Vincent falling down from the USPs. But everybody jumping and actually flying. But it's Veteran with their first round.
There it is. Veteran doing a nice job of just instantly taking second mid and creating a crossfire here on the control room side of A site. And kind of just surprising whoever is sitting in that position, especially knowing that MATTJESS is actively fighting for machine room control every single round. I think Veteran, they're going to try to see if they can catch some of these picks and kind of act from there. But ㅍMatch, what a headshot.
But this is just 1 player coming for Veteran. Actually, now it's 2 because Drones falls down. EV9 with 1 HP. The nade connects and bang! Everybody falling once again. It's a reoccurring statement, but Reknart can do some damage, but not enough. It's the 5th point for MATTJESS, and somehow Veteran really doesn't want to go back to their first playstyle that gave them a lot of promise.
Yeah, I would want to see like a 4-man take towards Woods, right? Because Passage is going to be hard to take, Machine Room is going to be hard to take, and especially if you can kind of catch ㅍMatch in a very bad position. This could be
Good
possible.
shot.
ㅍMatch is down.
Twin System. I'm telling you guys, this sniper is coming in from Veteran. They have multiple snipers that can deal a lot of impact. But Zach, actually, with an M14,
Whoa.
eats up a lot of bullets coming from EV9. Now he's good for 2. Or at least for 1. But meanwhile, Ninkyu spraying on down, just tapping away from the window of MR. They do spot him, but Look at that. Ninkyu 1 HP, Jason 1 as well. It's only Vincent here on A that can possibly stop the hopes and dreams right now for round number 7. Vincent does get 1 kill, so that's confirmed that it's an 8-side take for Veteran. But Jason HP still able to kill off 1, but Twintism late for the trade. It's all up to Ninkyu with a singular bloodline. A singular drop of blood where Twintism peeks out wide. Ninkyu getting some shots in. Twintism.
Oh, blind. He sees him.
It doesn't. No! And Ninkyu! What a retake with 1 HP. This man cannot be stopped.
There it is. Veteran taking too long. Maybe no one is telling the teammates in the comms here that the man is 1 HP. They should have been more confident in kind of facing him in that situation. And once again, MATTJESS, they're just going to take MR every single time here, Polar. But Veteran is going to fight back this time.
Oh, it's a 4-man push. This might be unexpected for MATTJESS, and they do surprise them. Ninkyu down. But look at this passage push coming from Yetja. He's overzealous. That's Reknar for the kill. But it's a 1-for-1 trade there. MATTJESS, 3 players up here, 2 players down. Veteran, they can play with time here. There's still 2 minutes in the round.
Plenty of time. You can see Vincent enjoying his time in the A side, man. He has a smile on his face. He's enjoying just bouncing around this time and time again. But has to be careful about that Vents play. That Vents play could be canceling the entirety of Control Room unless this leaves, or unless this is left unchecked. There it is, Veteran with an attempt on A side. I like it.
I would love to let Reknar just play very, very slow here on Vents, but Vincent, we know him to be a very good IGL with the fragging position, but now Jason will fall. Vincent next on the board, but he still gets 1 kill. He can still go back, but he holds his ground. Big shots there coming from Drone. Zach unaware, and it's a funny scene here on A as Veteran claimed their 2nd round.
Zach is like, I'm going in, guys. Let's get this side. Oh, I'm on GR side. Oh, okay. There it is.
Wrong team.
Well,
wrong team.
Wrong team. He felt a bit Indonesian in that one. Zach with the revenge in the next round, already getting EV9. And they're pushed back all the way inside of their base. Drones is going to get taken down.
Oh, but there's a trade coming from Reknar once again. But look at this sneaky. Meanwhile, the entirety of Veteran, they're just held up in their own spawn. They don't want to get out. What MATTJESS is scrambling all across the half of the map. So it's going to be a very long round here. Very rare that we see these from teams with Rosea and as well as the Filipinos. Ooh, okay. 2 players left coming from Veteran. Make it 1, but it is going to be a possible free round coming in for MATTJESS here. 72.
It's an ace.
Yep. That's a
Didn't see.
That's a wipe. Instant wipe.
Wipe indeed. I like how they left 1 by 1 too. So
Yeah.
Kind of felt a bit dramatic here on their side. But Veteran, reality is it is a 7-2 scoreline. MATTJESS dominating on sub base. It's kind of like yesterday's headlines at this point. Still happening on the side of Veteran. Veteran, of course, a team who still can get back into this, right? Very easily. But it has to come in the form of some very good defenses here. I know that Blacklist is slightly harder for them to play considering the amount of stuff and the amount of map control that they have to set up. But what happens when Veteran, you know, the map and rotations are kind of just given to you? I think the priority here for the side of Veteran, you have to keep second mid control in order to keep that rotation flowing in between the sides. If you cannot, MATTJESS is just going to get this map.
Yeah. They need to just get the early picks here. If they fall down 2 players already, you can expect MATTJESS pushing already into one side, possibly even just B, because MATTJESS wants a fight. They want to brawl. They want to punch each other in the faces here on the sub base. 5-point sub for MATTJESS though. A lot of rounds for Veteran to win, for them to get the tie. It's impressive still for Veteran that they're still fighting here, and seeing that they did get their, you know, a cumulative or a total of a double-digit round win yesterday up against Acceptance. There's still some hope here for Veteran, man. It's still, you know, Twintism, still a Star Sniper on their side. EV9 actually holding his ground. The only problem here now is just the set plays, the defaults, and how they will be just holding their ground. Because MATTJESS, they're a shocker. They can make the ground shake. And if Veteran is not prepared for that kind of exchange, well, might just call it today and let's go into the second map.
All right. Yeah, it's a headset check. It's gone to his forehead, man.
It's a visor, man, at this point.
It's a visor at this point. Maybe it kind of helps, right? With every time someone throws a flash at him, he can just kind of flip it down.
So you won't get blinded. But I feel like the character is still blinded, Sneaks. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Definitely not the same thing. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a huge challenge here for Twintism specifically, right? Especially considering that, you know, Zach is back. You know, he's no longer the Zach that we saw from week number 1 and some parts of week number 2. And, you know, it did kind of take a while for his arrival to be heard in the tournament, but, you know, it is kind of nice to see MATTJESS and Zach especially to be, you know, kind of back in form, because it kind of did it kind of was a bit depressing when MATTJESS was 0-4, and I'm like, is this really it? Is this finally done? Is the magic finally gone for them? But kind of seems like just like what I said time and time again, it's a dead horse. It's beating a dead horse at this point, right? I'm saying that back against the ropes, you know, put them in the corner. MATTJESS, that's where they operate the best, when the pressure is at its highest.
Yeah, it just took some time here. I guess it was the most, you know, longest time. I guess they had 4 straight losses, or at least like multiple losses. And again, just like what you've said, once they're down, they can only go up from there. So MATTJESS now looking for a win streak here, and with this possible win up against Veteran, they have a 2-win win streak going into their next matchup. So let's see if they can continue that, of course, seeing that they are having fun, right? You have Zach, you have Jason, you have Ninkyu, all fired up. Just nice to see that Ninkyu's actually in a proper PC right now.
Yeah.
Not like before.
Hey, man. Yeah, we had to chip in a little bit for the Hobie Ninkyu here, because just like what I said yesterday, right? I feel like players, especially when you are at this level, right, you have to play on the best setup possible,
of course,
available in your area. And yeah, you know, me and the boys kind of chipped in here for Ninkyu so he can get time for the rest of the season, at least in the computer shops. So, you know, if you are a player, and this is only exclusive, right? This is only exclusive
for the players, right?
Impact,
even Masters.
The Impact and Masters. If you need any cash for you to play in the shops in one of the official games, please PM my page or DM me or Salvatore or Bipolar, then we will sort you out. And that goes for Veteran and or TARINGBABI as well, but I feel like they're Gucci, man. They got PCs.
Yeah, they don't need that. They don't need that. They're the sole team that has actual microphone Sneaks that is not connected to their headsets. Some of these players have some cash. So if I don't have money, TARINGBABI and Veteran give me some. So might as well. Right? But might as well. But for sure, Sneaky, again, going back to your thought, yeah, for everyone else that does need it, we're open up to helping, especially on your competition days. But we're taking some time here. Feel like the Veteran is also getting some issues right now. But 7-2 scoreline. MATTJESS second map will be port, and I feel like that's one of their comfortable maps as well. This is just MATTJESS day.
For sure. That's not too bad, actually, in all honesty, Polar, because you know, they actually did pretty well on port in yesterday's games up against Team Acceptance. And Team Acceptance, just to remind everybody that you know, they did lose to MATTJESS on port. Just to kind of get the history down. I think they lost 10-4. So once again, it is a matter of tragic coincidence for the side of Veteran that, you know, the enemy team is good at both paths that you have picked. But, you know, just like what I said, I think we should really take a look at that Veteran game, especially in that port map. I mean, considering that if MATTJESS is going to be playing the exact same style that we have, you know, kind of just running into LB, trying to get court constantly, you know, constant mid fights, maybe, you know, fist fights in CA constantly, right? I feel like there could be a shot that Veteran would get a whole lot of rounds, especially when it comes to that BL side, right? They do know how to play disciplined in that position. I feel like their trouble is, once the fight starts, how do I explain this? It's a very Filipino thing. Once the fight starts, there's a dude that's going to send it on the other side of the map right behind you. So they need to have that in mind 24/7, especially up against MATTJESS, because once Zach starts fighting on the A side of the map, you can expect Ninkyu to already be on bridge. If there's a fight starting on B, then, you know, Ninkyu is just going to send it from CA, right? There's a whole lot of options here for flanks on the side of MATTJESS, and I feel like for Veteran, especially on that port map, if they can kind of bait out those flanks early, you know, gain a 3 versus 5, you know, the way that they play numbers is actually not too bad, in all honesty.
Yeah, I feel like the way to say it, right, as long as they cover their asses or cover their backs up against matches here, they have a pretty big chance. Plus, it's sport. It's one of the mainstays, or at least in their map pool for veterans, even as well for the other Rosea team. So they know it pretty well, just like here on sub base. But if they don't, again, we saw last time that CA Control coming in for matches, even though they're not on they're not on the BL side, they have full contestation there. They put Yetja there, they put Vincent there sometimes. So you have heavy fraggers that easily just outmaneuver and deny so much potential, even on whatever side they will play on. So yeah, veteran, they have a big shot here, but that shot needs to be taken instantly coming into the first half of that map. But again, we're still playing on port. It's a 72 scoreline. BL side now for matches after this. GR side for veteran. It's actually still insane that the firepower capabilities of veteran is still reliant on fires, right? It hasn't been the best performance for him compared to what he did or what he showed us in the very first time when we did saw fires in Masters. But let's see. EV9 has to step up. Drones has to step up. He has been somewhat of a guy that I could consider just like Tetsu, right? I mean, Drones is a guy that can use the TRG, that can easily use the HKs, has a role that can easily shotgun everybody. So, in a way, it's like the Indonesian comeback friends. And if they don't actually, internalize that or somewhat replicate what they were capable of, or just like their brethren here coming in for comeback friends, well, Matches will just clean them up here. Again, Sneaky, it's just 3 points away now from Matches, and I feel like they're on the comfy side now, given that they're just going to be pushing every time.
Yeah, I wonder if they would adapt Tetsu's IRL craziness as well, right? I mean,
just push LA every time.
Just push LA, go on A, scream at the camera, do like 20 different poses that we haven't seen before in this one. But yeah, I feel like I do see the point that they're kind of the CBF of this Rosea so far, considering that there is some semblance of structure, but it is only realistically the start rounds here. But they do find their moments when the enemies do make the most mistakes here, and I would like to see. I would have loved to see Fires actually play in this series, considering that he has been somewhat of the best rifler for the entire region for a bit, and he would have helped in this situation, especially right when it comes to the MR fights. I feel like he can go head to head with anyone in that one, and he would have actually helped a bit on the outside take, because I feel like one of the main reasons why MATTJESS is getting as much machine room control as they want is because there is also a supporting player coming in from Passage that Veteran just can't seem to deal with, and if you cannot deal with the Passage player, if you cannot deal with the Passage player, that means there's only one entrance going into MR, and if you go straight up those stairs with no knowledge on who's on the other side, then you might as well call it a round. So it kind of just limits the options here for the side of Veteran. They just had no choice but to push A site, but Vincent was already kind of expecting it with all the denial that we've seen in B.
Yeah, and I feel like it just exposes, right, the pushes here or for the BL side for Veteran, because it's always so linear. And once we always see Fires in the server, right, coming in for Veteran, he seems to be like a band-aid for the team. He patches things up. He goes in for that immediate contact every time. Plus, I feel like if Fires was here, well, Nincube might have a tough time despite him fragging here, because you have a capable rifler on the other side. Plus, you have an aggressive player like TinQ. It goes both ways, right? So it's gonna be 50-50. Right now, it's almost like I guess a 70-30. I would give it the 30% here for Veteran a little bit. But GR side, right, might see the double sniper here just like the other teams. But Twintism, I remember back then when they were playing on sub base, he always just holds down the missile position coming in here on A side. He's gonna be holding that very, very solely. So he has also a tough. He might have a tough time here, since the players coming from matches does prioritize A sometimes. So yeah, a bit of a stretch, guys, but it's all good. We're just waiting for these players to connect again. The regions are just too far away. Currently, right now, the production team is running towards Indonesia and connecting the servers and connecting the HDMIs of these players. So don't you worry, everybody's good. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair though, it really isn't that far. You kind of just have to go south and more south and more south, and you'd be arriving by Indonesia in no time. So yeah, hopefully the connection is gonna be good in between the regions here. Yeah, it would be nice to see It would be nice to see if there would be a ID server actually for their side.
Yeah,
you know,
that would
kinda-
be cool.
Would be cool, and I would want to play ranked in that one too. Kind of to see the difference, right? And especially, I would like to see what it is like. Maybe there is a whole lot less slugs on the side of the, on the Indonesian side of things. Maybe a whole lot less. What annoying guns still exist here? The G36. The G36, man. Those two weapons. If you're in Indonesia right now, please do not use those weapons in rank. But we are in the game.
Go flash,
Nah, they're fired up.
Oh, naka-all may kauban.
The random words there coming in for matches, but it is a trade here. EV9, and again, we asked him to step up right now. He's already in for double. Twintism, can he win the sniper battle here? Zach spotted. He will fall back, and again, memory's quite clear. Twintism, yes, he's going to be holding down missile position, but Getcha, capable sniper? I think no, he's just shooting at the ground there, Sneaky. Twintism knows pretty well that he will win that fight. One more possibly. Zach testing the waters. But Twintism might be a crucial factor in this. Look at Zach. He needs to rotate. He needs to pivot his way towards second mid. But he doesn't realize that the shock factor is here. And he gets electrified here on second mid.
Got hit with the 800, 600 peak right there. Couldn't see the man directly to his right. All I'm saying, man, is if he had left hand in that situation, he would have seen that guy.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's why we love that fan.
that's why we love left hand. Hashtag the rise of
Lefty.
the left hand. Lefty. Oy, oy, oy. But Vincent, though, hold on, wait a minute. Insta-gib? He got insta-spotted. He's getting absolutely pelted by every single HK and EBR on the other side. Shock and EV9 trying to look for this last player, but Vincent probably will be using the rest of this time to kind of just think, reflect upon what has happened in this round.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time, but I would like to commend Veteran here for their discipline every time. I feel like this kind of just hold. You have possible scout here towards the outer side of woods, but Vincent dies as Shock finds him on passage, and he will not let them pass. Veteran, easy points now on the GR side.
Yeah, wonder what the pivot here is for MATTJESS. Never mind, they didn't pivot anything there. Still going for a machine room every single time. It kind of a worse spawn here for Drone, so he could not really send it in on 4-backs as per usual, but Jason's just going to spot them in the smoke.
Wow, what a shot there coming from Jason. Now, the locker rooms will be very much weaker than before. Passage can be a play, but Vents as well. Twintism might get easily spotted here. It's Yecha again with a sniper. Oh, Recton. He can delay this. But now it's all to Twintism on a big flash, big shots, connects on one. Flash is there again, and Twintism now playing with fire, playing with the terrain. One more shot, it's a shotgun sniper coming in from Twintism, but it's a 1v3 as EV9 left alone. They plant the bomb. EV9 is coming out from the outer side of woods, and they might not expect it except for Jason. 33 seconds to play. EV9. Is this a clutch? Is this a breather for Veteran side? It looks like it can't, because the entirety of MATTJESS squad can easily outsnipe the rest of Veteran.
Yeah, 8 and 3 kind of just pouring their firepower on the A site. And it kind of just seems like MATTJESS, as soon as they get the first frag, this is going to be slightly easier. Zach regretting that he bought AWM in this gunfight, and Jason will be falling as well, but Inkyu try to fight back against Reknar Drones. Getting Vincent in return, but here comes Drones inside of Machine Room. And Rosea, not just Rosea, Veteran getting Machine Room for the first time this game.
Wow, this is impressive. Sneaky frag, they push 3 players there, Twintism with an early frag, and Drones just unleashing hell with the HK of all guns. Now he's feeling confident. They have bodies to play with. They can easily just spot these players out, but Yetja.
It's time to put the visor on, man.
Yep. Puts it up. The visor actually reduces the flashbang effects. Hopefully it does work out here.
Good nade.
Good shots,
Whoa.
but better for Twintism. So, easy round now. 4 rounds for Veteran again. They're coming up.
Ironically, if Twintism had a USP there, he would have actually got killed in that situation. But you know, the Colt increased prevalence as of recent. Even on some of the players who are rocking our rifles, the Colt has been making a comeback in our meta here. So we might have to shift around the tier list a bit on the guns. But look at this S tier headshot for ㍍Match to start things off. Drones is already down.
Again, it's better than just eating bullets here. But Shock, I like this. Oh, I like this from Shock. It's good shots in. That's one down. And he goes back. He spots a player, but it's not his teammate.
Blind.
It's ㍍Match with a double. And Twintism now running for his life, but it's going into the faces of ㍍Match. One more shot from Ninku. It's 9 rounds in sub base for ㍍Match.
There it is, Shock. Looking like Polar with the Crisp Factor just pushing through the smoke in Machine Room, but you could only get one, unfortunately. If that was you, Polar, you would have gotten through. Easily.
Yeah,
easily.
I would have killed 9 players because my teammates would have also been dead.
Yes. Wait, EV9?
Oh, EV9, oh, EV9, EV9,
Whoa, 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 whoa,
baby!
whoa,
EV9 with a double, with Reknard as well to claim the triple.
Kind of a dangerous situation here on the A side. They kind of dissented here, Polar. I think that bit of disrespect is actually not paying off on the side of ㍍MatchEss. No flashes, no nades, no nothing. Just pure unbridled gunfights. Jason trying to fight back. He's going to get Twintism, though.
In the middle of second mid, Twintism just stands his ground like a statue. Still doable, right? For matches. Look at this. They have plenty of utility. Vincent and Jason attackers nonetheless. Scary times, Fred. Look at them. They're just holding down CR. One of the most cramped up spaces in this map.
Smoke B. Kind of caused a rotation here for Shock, so second mid is going to look a bit weak. Only Reknard holding it. Oh, now it looks wide open thanks to Vincent.
Oh, C4 not even going to be planted immediately for
He
matches.
drops it.
They're going to go for kills. Jason says, I will go for everyone here, but he just gets killed instantly. That's the C4 down. But Veteran doesn't know. Look at Vincent. He's just going in. 180. Sprays on down, but it's not going to be working out. Playing with the wall of the shutter side. It's timeout for ㍍MatchEss. Up against Veteran.
Oh, Vincent having to pull the timeout here. He's not liking what he's seeing. They're losing a bit too hard on a map that they have dominated execution on. And seems like Veteran, the moves, now starting to work for them in this exact situation. Despite getting the 9th in this one, ㍍MatchEss still having a hard time trying to finish this game. Man, Veteran, man. Honestly, it's still within reach.
Doable. Yeah,
let's just say.
I mean, they're having fun. That's all right. Funnily enough, ㍍Match looks so awake, man, from the cameras.
I'm telling you, man, it's a visor.
Yeah. Minus 25%.
He's about to ult. Oh, it's kind of still low. He kind of used it in that last one. Veteran though, kind of seems less like a timeout, more like a conversation in between friends. They're like, yo, I'm trying to hang out later. In the mall. It is quite hot. There is a heat wave going on. It's 43 degrees in the Philippines.
Damn.
And it is, let's weather check for...
No way we do the weather forecast.
We're doing the weather forecast because honestly,
this time out is so
man,
not it.
It's taken so long. This time out, low-key unnecessary. It's actually raining for them at the moment. Kind of lucky, but it's still... it's just like us, man. At 37, even if it's raining. So it's still a hot kind of rain here for the side of Veteran. But they seem like they are enjoying it. They got their drinks. They got their computers online. And hopefully they are in a air-conditioned setting as well. It tends to get kind of hot outside, guys. So make sure you stay cool.
I would believe so. It's actually the first time out ever with a Rose team playing. That's pretty insane. And I feel like Veteran, ooh, there's a timeout? That might just be the conversation right now.
No way.
Whoa, there's timeouts in this?
Not just making history,
we could have timeout every time.
One way or another.
That's true.
Did make that resounding comeback yesterday, but now they're the ones who time out against Rosea. But is the timeout enough here, Polar?
Might be. Every time that MATTJESS has been using their timeouts, they've been winning the rounds after. So just a little calming pace. Actually, I feel like Vincent said to Yetja, don't use the TRG anymore, man. Stop it. Stop it, bro. Let's go back.
It's just like, why are you hating, man? I hate it.
When I'm trying, I'm shooting the floor. At least something's hitting.
I like the setup here for Veteran, though. They're not leaving B wide open. Passage is going to be held down. They're not pushing the machine room. You know,
This is
box
good.
standard, man. But here comes MATTJESS.
Oh, Twintism. Caught off guard, and first time that he falls down on missile, MATTJESS speed are bad. Bad time as Yetja finds Reknar through the smoke with a headshot given. It's 36 seconds now, drones pushing in, finds Ninkyu's barrel of the gun. But this is still so tough, Sneaky. Going towards Woods, going towards the main side of A. One more player down. Ninkyu now activated, looking for more. EV9 dead. It's all out to Shock. And he is now in a stalemate up against the players. It's 10-5. And that's it. Sub-base given towards MATTJESS.
There it is. Yetja with his tactical visor making some easy headshots here on the side of control room and just making it easy for MATTJESS. Post timeout, just like what you said, Polar, MATTJESS has been pretty good in converting these timeouts, and I feel like that's really important, not just for the matches up against Rosea teams, but also just goes to show that there is value, especially when it comes to games like Execration. Granted, their first 4 losses didn't look too good, and honestly, in those 4 losses, they actually barely called the timeout. So I feel like they kind of learned the lesson throughout all this hardships. And I feel like MATTJESS definitely looking up for this one, especially considering, hey, this is finally their chance in the schedule to kind of get the map score up, man.
Yeah, I feel like everyone also enjoyed this, right? This first map for these two teams. Actually, Varen playing pretty well. Big shoutouts coming towards Twintism and as well as EV9, even for Shop, right? They were playing pretty well, especially that MR push. That's the first time they actually got that machine room for themselves from a mere 4-man push. So that's pretty insane. And they have good defenses as well. So yeah, improvements still on the way here for Veteran. But yeah, MATTJESS, well, they clean it up. One more here, possibly. Is it going to be a 2-0 again? Or will this be a 1-1 score? Let's see later on. But yeah, MATTJESS, well, they're just playing for fun here at this point. I'm just pretty curious, though. Teams right now are actually taking more serious routes up against Rosea teams. There's no more Vepers, except for Comeback Friends. Their faces are still too thick for the Rosea teams here. So, but MATTJESS playing with very default plays, right? They were very much pushy, they were very much aggressive, but at the end of the day, it's MATTJESS. Just being MATTJESS up against Veteran.
Yeah, you can't really put CBF and Sirius in the same sentence, in all honesty, man. But I feel like the rest of the teams is also kind of trying to see if they can get back into group stage, and I feel like, they were kind of having fun with the with the Rosea teams at first, but then it's kind of crunch time, right, for most of the teams. Extrication just lost up against MATTJESS. Of course, anything can happen in this group stage, and I feel like every single series matters now, especially that the tiebreakers could be considered, especially at around the top 4 spot, and the seeding is going to be the seeding, especially going into playoffs, is definitely going to matter, because that is going to be who you are facing potentially for your trip to Paris.
Yeah, let's see. It is still going to be one step forward here coming from these teams. But let's see what is needed to be said here on the panel. That it's time for Mochi and as well as Ed.
Thank you so much to our casters. And dude, I actually didn't expect that the Veteran would be able to catch up a bit more here against MATTJESS, and even forcing them to pull out the timeout, which I find really what just happened in this specific map here in Subbase.
I feel like timeout, Mochi, is go wash your face kind of timeout. Like, you need to stop playing around here. Vince is kind of getting pissed. Why are we doubling up the RTX? Why are we using weird guns here? Why are we just running around kind of timeout? It's just to set the things straight here for matches. But then again, right, why does MATTJESS have to use the timeout? Because when they play loose, when they play carefree, like they don't respect veterans at all, veterans suddenly started getting rounds, right? So that means there is something that veterans is doing right that they just can't handle when the Filipino teams are starting to get serious, right? But still, it's a worthy shot here for veterans to show us that they can get rounds when the opponents make mistakes. And mistakes they did here, MATTJESS, a few of them, yes, but at the end of it, even the mistakes can be cleaned up by just the clutch factor that their players have.
Yeah, and I feel like here for veteran at this rate, they're already introducing and incorporating all these things into their team. I feel like there just needs to be a bit more awareness, especially behind them, because that's also one of the major things that certain players here across PH teams would love to do. Leave someone to become a mouse, to flank, and I feel like they would be good to go. But other than that, here again, veteran actually performed well here in the map of Subdays. We've already found this out from way back when the first time that we saw them in spring. And it's nice that we're already seeing this resurgence of establishing that they actually perform well here in the map of Subdays. And right now, here is our set summary. 5-10, which is honestly not that bad here, especially after seeing how Temptism and as well as Shock has been able to perform with the absence of fires, which just leaves to a lot of conclusions here for the team of veteran. But on the other side, matches, it's just being matches, I guess.
Yeah, there's really not much to talk about matches here. Like you would expect the usual suspects here to perform. Jason, Ninkyu, Yetja, right? The attackers basically here for matches to shine, because of course you won't really need Zac to activate, right? Because the sniper role here versus veterans is not really that much of a matchup. Vincent not really needing to do much here, but of course our set MVP is going to be Yetja. I mean, atonement for his sins in the week 1, right? With the
Yeah.
lowest stat lines, but here he is, 1.67 KD, 1 kill per round, 0.87 HK, and 0.4 smokes per round, and a rating of 95.3, just like a gold medal back in school.
That's true. And all played here for Yetja, taking that 1.67 KD. And it appears that he's already serving this as atonement, as you have mentioned, which is
Yes.
just right. Nice one, Yetja. Please keep doing that. With the 15 kills that's been able to rack up here in our map of Subways, I wonder if this would be a bit more difficult for veteran in our next map, or would it be quite the opposite? We'll know about that if they can answer back against matches after this quick short break. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Welcome back here in our series of Still Veteran versus MATTJESS. Wherein earlier on in the sub-base, Veteran actually looked good here in this map. But still, MATTJESS still been able to push through with that W. Ooh, bars. And later on, we'll be seeing our next map. And we'll see if Veteran would be able to answer back, or would it still be a MATTJESS show. And again, it's nice that we've already been able to see Yadja on that MVP title too, which is a plus.
Yes, it's a very, very big plus to this very, very big minus from last week. But enough about matches. We already know what to talk about them. They're on the comeback streak here. They're trying to get the playoffs once more after losing 4 times. For veterans though, are you able to fight back when a team is playing seriously, right? I've told this before in Port. MATTJESS has a rating or a win rate of 67%. They won 2 out of their 3 maps here. One against FERVID, the other I legitimately forgot. But it's going to be hard for the side of veterans because sure, this might be their comfortable map, right? This is a Rosea map, as we say, but it's the most picked map for a reason here in Masters Summer Mochi. And of course, every single team knows how to play this. It's just a matter of how do they play this better than the other.
Yeah, that is indeed true. And that is why I think it's time for us to give it and hand it over to our caster. She is still bipolar, and as well as Sticky Frog.
It's time for more action here on the Veteran and MATTJESS matchup in the last day of week number 2. It's gonna be one hell of a match because we're going towards Port, a map that these two teams know pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Port is one of the few maps that, Veteran actually did well up against this Acceptance team, going all the way up to 7. And you could say that some of the rounds here were actually pretty convincing from the side of Veteran, right? They were actually catching the aggression from the boys over at Acceptance just in time. They were even catching the reverse ninjas going in towards their own bridge side when they were playing that BL side. But however, when it did come to that second half polar, the tail end of that game, it kind of just felt like, Acceptance were just kind of rolling with the punches, and it kind of just cleaned up the game here for the side of Veteran. So I feel like Veteran, you already got the slight macro down already, right, on the BL side of this map. And I feel like that is where they are going to start, unless, everybody is following kind of this meta that we have seen for the past few times on Port specifically, where you do start on the BL side, which... there it is. It seems like MATTJESS is going to start on BL. So, yeah, I've actually noticed this as of recent, right? A lot of teams are now starting on the BL side of the map of Port. Maybe they do want that better second half, and that really does take a whole lot of mental composure, though, especially considering how brutal the BL side can be in the map of Port. But if you do have a very operable BL side, similar to what we saw here from Virtus.pro, then maybe, maybe even MATTJESS can get the lead in the first half here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you have a very formidable BL side. Then you can just really play and, sit pretty here on the GR side. But now, let's look at the player counts for map number 2.
May smoke no?
Smoke
Nag-rotation.
Bisa.
Wala.
Shock, lulupas ka.
Enggak. Ada. Gua lepas sekarang.
There goes the comms. Something to look at as well here on the GR side of Veteran. They're not really surprised anymore, even on the sub base. They weren't surprised from these like massive plays that MATTJESS was cooking.
Zach, who you feeling like, huh?
It's Heck. It's called playing Heck.
I really do feel like the full belief that Heck is just aiming because if he does drop the sniper, the other dude that's gonna pick it up, he's like, ew, an arm.
Yeah, that's true.
Still a good sniper though, but it only has 5 bullets. Shock though. I think he saw the movement towards CA. He's going to be helping this A side. This defense is not looking too bad, honestly.
Big flash. Shock actually moving pretty close. Undetected, that's 2 kills down. Flash combined, but Reknor coming in from House B does get 1 kill. Actually dodges the shots. Twintism, what a movement, man. Just to kill out Vincent. These are some plays that veteran is cooking up.
Damn, Twintism hitting the ninja here, man. The innovations on the side of veteran. Maybe they're starting to learn a move or two on our side of the country here. But at the same time, MATTJESS, ㅍMatch has found himself on the B site. And with a TRG this time, this is still definitely a possibility. But I like the approach here for veteran, that they are going to be sticking together. If ever one of them dies, it is going to be a full swing. And those EBRs are going to sing right through those windows, man.
No, Drones actually just wants to go in. Use the USP here. ㅍMatch doesn't even know there's people coming into House B, but that's first shot in. Second shot, not going to be successful. And there goes veteran with the first round.
There it is. Bit of hype here on the side of veteran. Good map movement coming in from them, right? They did not overextend for this B site. Instead, recognizing that, you know, the CA push is looking like a bit of a distraction, but a really good reposition here from Shock, right? He was just sitting on B side the entire time, and as soon as he sees a semblance of a player going in towards CA, he just insta-rotated to help the A player. So really nice job from the side of veteran on their defense. Even Twintism with a cheeky ninja move.
Yeah. Love to see it, that the veteran is actually whipping out these kinds of moves up against MATTJESS, but Zach... EV9?
It's gotta be a yellow card, man.
Might just be a red.
Oh, right through the smoke, too. I mean, what can you do about that? Jokes aside, though, I feel like Zach just really knows every single angle on towards this LB side. So it does make sense that you're going to pre-fire, especially the tendency to kind of sit in front of this LB smoke is, you know, it is there for sure. Because if you do stand in front of it, and of course the pre-aims are all over the place for MATTJESS, this can happen. But Reknart going to be getting ㅍMatch.
That pre-aim coming from Reknart will kill off ㅍMatch. Zach with a trade once again. That's his second shot. And yeah, you have Zach on rifle now. ㅍMatch actually feeding himself with a TRG, but Drones, what a shot as he falls down. That's a 2 for 2 from that immediate exchange from House B towards the BR side, but 3v2 now.
Yeah, Zach is a pretty nutty rifler as well, if people do not know. Easy use this HK. Vincent is going to go down, but a good trade game in between them and him. And Twintism, I feel like he kind of just finishes the equation here. 0 players alive on the side, on the GR side, and that's a point for MATTJESS.
Pretty slow rounds though, Sneaky. Look at this shot coming from Zach. He's actually tracked him through the smoke. That's pretty insane. That's
pretty good.
Yeah. That's great. Coming from Drones.
They have more than one visor.
Different visors.
All the tactical. But Zach, yeah, I think he's just pre-firing this spot. It is very common to pre-fire this, considering, yeah, most of the time there is a GR standing right in front of it. But for good reason, right? If you're standing in front of that smoke and Zach misses all of his pre-aims and they just so happen to push into LB, the tendency to pre-aim towards Z and HB, there is a huge chance that they're just not going to look at you. There's Zach Extender King.
Oh, Twintism!
What are you doing?
He waited so long.
He thought he was safe in court, man, but the whole angle is there. Jason?
Okay. There goes 2 more kills for the side of MATTJESS, and the wall shot. Or easy spray down coming from Jason Inkyu as well with his own ninja play. It's all up to EV9 coming from Z, but it's an ABC 1, 2, 3. 3 more players left. For MATTJESS side, low in HP EV9 falls, and that's veteran falling down, and MATTJESS with a second point.
Yeah, I feel like MATTJESS is kind of just poking and prodding towards LB, towards mid, towards A to kind of force a reaction here from the side of veterans. And Drones, very good angle at the start of the round, but you have to be careful about Zach. He also has a sniper in this position, Ninkyu. Spotting Drones, and Drones will be getting Jason. No longer any reason to peek that bridge side. They have the advantage.
Yeah, and look at Twintism. Actually, will fortify mid. Drones still alive.
Double sniper though, man. Like, unusual positions for a double sniper, right? Z and bridge.
Maybe they're going for like unexpected plays, unpredictability, since it is MATTJESS.
they're not gonna need this. Ninkyu's gonna regret pushing this one here. Oh, no, Reknar! Oh, Jesus Christ. It's fine,
my heart
it's fine,
dropped.
it's fine. We're good.
It's okay. Veteran. There's still 5 players up. Good shots coming from Twintism. That's a collab, but doesn't kill off the second player there. EV9 with the cover. And now enters the side coming in from down below. Twintism holding down the angle here as they cross. Good flash, but he gets the better shot. EV9, and everyone from Matches regrets that round.
There it is. One too many players on the side at the same time. One too many players lost on the side of MATTJESS. And yeah, a bit reckless here on the CA take, right? For Ninkyu, he was just expecting that no one's going to be standing here for Veteran, but you also have to realize, hey, Twintism was pulling the Ninja last game. Or last time, so you have to expect that someone is inside of that angle. Yetza tried, and Yetza failed to get Twintism off of his spot.
Well, meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Sneaky Ninkyu trying to recover those bloodshed on House B.
It's desperate.
This is freaking insane, Sneaky. I feel like Veteran has a chance now. They're playing so slow. Matches is playing very, very calculated. Meanwhile, Veteran is just knowing every step.
Ooh, does anyone know the court flash, though? He can flash that specific position where Twintism is standing from court. Just have to be careful. Yeah, I think Vincent's going to do it.
Yeah. He already has the flash on his hand. Matches will wait for this opportunity.
Smoke the front.
Oh! Oh, baby! But the C4 is going A.
Wait, Zach's in. Hey, Zach, do something, man. They're rotating.
Zach is just sitting pretty there. Sneaky. Meanwhile, Reknar will be falling down.
It's a bait.
Oh. Oh, Twintism. Give us a show, brother. He goes towards Z. He just denies it. Meanwhile, on mid, it's Vincent. Oh, and the ninja play gets denied. What's happening to matches? They're just left apart. But Zach,
Whoa.
he does get a headshot there. So 2v2. Meanwhile, 2 fights happening. A duel on LA and duel on mid. Bomb plant.
Pre.
Twintism. You don't see him. 29 seconds there, and they explode. It's all up to Ninkyu, and now he assassinates Shock with a spray down on the M14. But Twintism getting at the defuse. Yes, he can. Veteran breathes with relief in this round.
Man, Ninkyu was expecting that it was actually planted in the middle of the A site, but unfortunately for him, that small corner just saving Veteran the time to get shot while defusing. Very nice finds from the side of Veteran. You know, even on the smallest margins, they are finding these. But at the same time, that's so well played from the exit players, right? They were hugging the right side of the wall, but that is also at the fault of Zach here because he did not clear the entirety of exit. He was so sure that no one was going to go in that direction, but Z has been wide open for the entire round, basically.
Yeah, they regret that round, Sneaky. And just a little bit of known fact, I feel like that's the second time now for Veteran that they got a stick up on the defuse immediately just to get around with, but exchanges here on House B. 2 players down.
Pretty good trade game, man. Honestly, from Veteran. Even if they lose Twintism here. Jason, though, will be forcing his way in that mid-side. Z is wide open. Shock gonna look for another one. And is this gonna fall to get Jason? And it's always good for one.
Oh, trades for trades. EV9 sprays, and it's only getting one again. But Shock is a shocking factor once again, where the C4 now enters the site. Vincent spotted. Shock playing with the boxes, but he gets exposed. The wall banks is there, and Vincent with 8 HP throws the nades. USP connects. It's both players low in HP. Drones! Oh, you see it. The fire burning for Veteran, man. They're shouting now.
You can see the sigh of relief there from EV9. He's like, thank God that Colt hit. Because that was looking scary at one point here, Polar. The dink even incoming from the USP. But here comes MATTJESS going into the B site.
Surprises, but Reknar sprays! Only gets one, but it's now Shock holding down the fort. No one can get in. No one can execute. But Zach stuck in the most egregious angles. The skill of Shock, though. 3v2 veteran now, trying to retake this site. 30 seconds. But it's looking unlikely. Drones needs to hit an impressive shot on Yetja as they enter the site. 25 seconds. Flash needed. Nades needed. Aim needs to be precise, but Yetja stops them. It's all up to Drones with 16 seconds to play. Vincent in platform will get the kill. Oh my god. Veteran almost claiming a round once again.
Yep, and these rounds are now looking scary, right? The map movement is looking really good for Veteran. They do know what to take, especially if they start losing this B-side hold. They can just go into Z, and they can just go into the backside. But unfortunately for them, one too many shots being hit on the side of MATTJESS. Drones letting that cold fly. Yetza's now on 1 HP.
Oh. We have a game, Sneaks. Holy. This is something to look at. MATTJESS is struggling in the map of Port. Ew.
Yetza, I think it's time to give it back, man. It's time to give it back, bro. Wait, Twinsism? Almost actually get it right side guy on the court. Yetza, careful, bud.
Oh, come on, Twinsism. Come on. Oh, but they enter now.
Yo, this guy behind you.
He's still holding. He's still hidden right now. Sneaks! Twinsism on fire! But Ninkyo with a trade. Somehow, B-side is still not clear. Rektar close by, but when Ninkyo flashed up, he needs to sit down. Good bind. 39 seconds. They plant the bomb. Veteran scrambling. Veteran with the smoke in front of them. They need to calm down.
You have to take
But
Z.
yeah. There's still 4 players here, Sneaky. They need to get in.
I think they
25
just moved
seconds. Yes, they can just force this, and the entry will be denied from Jason spamming while he's blind. EV9 to fall, and it's Jason with a quad. MATTJESS still prevails.
Jason knowing his corners, right side of curve and inside of the spawn of the GR side. Just a full spray down for Jason, and as Veteran came into the side, I mean, honestly, the flashes were good. I feel like Jason was just at the perfect place at the perfect time, man.
Have to calm down.
You have to calm down.
Zach, you're looking at other monitors, but he still gets 2 kills. Meanwhile, MATTJESS, they're going with very fast pace now. Shock to get a kill. It's a 3v3 in an instant. It seems possible as Drones. Ninkyo, he misses the shot. Ninkyo kills off Shock. The flashbang might work. The Colt in hand. He goes down. 19 HP. Ninkyo with the nade doesn't connect. Ninkyo, the C4. It's all up to Drones though. He's just dancing on the platform. What is happening? What the hell is happening in the first half?
Damn, all of his teammates dying in the process, but it was the man in top 8 drone trying to hold for his life, even surviving the HE that Dinky thrown towards his direction. But reality is MATTJESS with a 1-point lead in this map. The GR side opportunity to finish this one cleanly on the side of MATTJESS, but Veteran gonna try to fight back, but the start of the round already. Aggression on the side of MATTJESS.
Oh, that's the first time Twintism doesn't get an early pick here. But it is on the BO side now. Okay. 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 Yetja might fall here. Reknard. Wait a minute. It's a 3v3.
What's going on? Everybody is just pushing forward here on the side of MATTJESS, and I think they're kind of desperate for a 1-for-2 trade here. But Jason, one slight timing on EV9, and he would be getting a very nice advantage for his team in this 3 versus 3. However, mid smokes here for the side of Veteran. They're going to try to go through this mid side. Bottom of BR is their best bet.
Oh, Jason. Did fall. Different singer.
That's his idol, man. Wrong guy.
Wrong guy. There's still a lot of time, Sneaks. Look at this 1 minute.
Let's just go, hey. There's no one here. Yeah, but still possible, though, for the side of MATTJESS, right? I mean, it's Vincent and Zach. Zach without the sniper, though. Still on the GR side. He refuses to pick up that TRG up against Veteran. Maybe he's seen something that we are not seeing.
Oh, drones. Peeking out, instant headshot on Vincent. Flash is there, and that's an easy round. What a round for Veteran. They're in a tie game, Sneaks.
And they got a round on the BL side too. Veteran. Seems like the studying that they did on Port is definitely now in full effect, and they are now using it up against MATTJESS. I cannot believe that this is the exact same team that actually beat Execration earlier in this week. And now they're the ones having a hard time up against Veteran. Is that a testament to MATTJESS or more of a testament on the improvement here on the side of Veteran? I feel like it's the second one. Because MATTJESS, this is, I would say, the first time in a while that we have seen a team actually struggling up against a Rosea team.
In this week, Sneaky, MATTJESS looks weak. They're also strong sometimes, but somehow Veteran is getting the ladder. Meanwhile, Zach pushing from CA does find EV9 through the smoke. Shock using the lip. Needs to go back, but Shock. Oh, he doesn't even connect on Zach anymore. He's out with 50 HP.
Jason's in.
Oh, Jason. He's going to be going back towards Z. Shock though, enters and finally gets the kill. Now he enters, 43 HP, goes back in towards Z. Yetcha with a kill. And now Ninkyu for somehow, he does get kills here on long A.
Oh my god, Ninkyu is done panicked on long. He sprayed or he tapped a bit too fast on the M14 EBR, but Zach's on top A.
They need to kill him. They need to kill him immediately while Yetcha is going in towards CA. Oh no, Ragnar, that's the C4. Oh no.
Yep. He kind of just gets to a point, Brian, especially in these 3 versus 3s and 2 versus 2s at MATTJESS. They're going to decide, all right, let's just go for a full flank here. Let's go parkour in towards CA. That is the options that they do have at the moment. But look at MATTJESS. Yetcha now pushing in that mid side, but long A is going to be the way to go. Oh my god.
Oh, that firing range, man. It's like a 21 gun salute on LA.
They could have gotten Zach, honestly, if they banged the box below it.
Ooh, Twintism. Ooh, holy Yetcha! Ragnar to fall! And everyone dies! Look at Drones, he found Zach! Jason though from the backside, EV9 still alive with 1 HP. They need to help out EV9 here. Jason keeps on peeking, does get 1 kill, but he falters, it's a 2v1. Vincent left alone and he's on BR.
There it is. MATTJESS shocked by what is happening at this very moment. Vincent is going to make his way into Z. He's made a sound, so Drones is aware of his position. But a nice shot here from Vincent. It's going to be the captain going up against Twintism.
Oh, this is a clutch, possibly for Twintism, but he crosses towards the court. C4 in his hands, and he wants to go A. He feels comfortable here.
He wants to fight.
He wants to fight. He finds Vincent, though. He got a glimpse of the IGL. And in a minute, they will fight. Vincent going towards A, Twintism going back towards B. It's a chess match, Sneaks, on round number 19. On round number 10. No, on 12.
Yes.
My bad.
3 tries. You're good, brother. Twintism, though. On the full rotate. But he's not going to drop the C4 yet. Here it is. He's typing the magical number 736-108. And Vincent on the spawn side. You have a nade out, my friend! Here's the EBR. He hears him!
Oh, Twintism! He doesn't know! Wait a minute, Twintism! A backstab! He goes towards house B! The flash is there! Vincent didn't know! It was a chance of a lifetime that he can be the clutch of the century, but Vincent now going in 15 seconds unaware where Twintism here is, but he goes in, it's a fight, wallbang might be there, Vincent, he gets the kill still, and there's enough time, Twintism, you could have gotten the clutch!
Could have gotten it, man, and that defuse is going to be good here for Vincent. Definitely not, there we go, there's a smile of Vincent. I thought he was kind of pissed off in this game, but, you know, he was kind of laughing at the hilarity of that 1 versus 1, but at the same time, he can't really bite on that first defuse, man, especially with 10 seconds left. I think he wasn't aware, or he wasn't counting in his head how many seconds that the C4 does have. It is a bit baity, right? That the C4, it turns red on your screen, even though there's like 19 or 20 seconds left. So, gonna need to be a bit more aware than that. Here comes the CA flash.
Ragnar, able for the trade. Twintism again. Now enters with the sniper. Still a fight going in towards 2 sides of the map. Ninkyu will eat a nade and goes bang bang. Ninkyu down. It's a 2v3.
Jason still pretty much on full HP in this one. Vincent is on barely any. B-side looking like the target, but this could be the wrong choice for the side of Veteran. Vincent, especially on the Godbox side, is gonna be the cause for damage. Vincent, though, peeking 2 into the opponent, and here comes the clutch.
Look at Recknard. He's going backline. There he gets
Wow.
off Jason. It's a 6-7 scoreline on point.
So, Zach, when are you dropping the ego, man? You gotta get that sniper. Because Jets is about to get wrecked! Oh
God
my
damn.
goodness!
Oh. Can you feel it, Sneaks? I can feel it right now.
I
Veteran.
don't know. I
In
don't
the
know why Zach
playoffs.
isn't sniping, bro. Like, you guys do realize... MATTJESS, you guys do realize this is for playoffs still. If you go 0-5, your chances of going into playoffs is low. So, I don't know why they're playing like this, man.
Oh, shock. He does some damage there, but Ninkyu better with the aim.
Yo!
No trace there coming in from the steel door side. ㍍Matches able to equalize the fight. It's a 4v4, but Ninkyu, man, he's low in HP. Meanwhile, Twintism entering B actually goes back. Wary of positions now.
He's trying to bait any of the sniper shots here, especially on the left side of Godbox.
Oh,
Ninkyu has found himself on Metal Box, man. He's gonna keep pushing forward. I mean, you have 15 HP. Why not?
Oh no, Veteran is not gonna be ready for this. Ninkyu can catch EV9 here. He finds someone. He finds 2, and then they line up. They line up once again. Jason whips out the USP, fights Twintism crouching in the corner, and they fall down immediately. MATTJESS claims the 2-point advantage again.
There it is, sitting and waiting for a bit too long in this map. In all honesty, I feel like they could have gotten a lot more presence in towards that mid-side. Veteran, you know, kind of leaving Twintism on an island here on the LB side. And I feel like that is where you want to get most of your picks, considering Twintism has been very good at getting these openings. I really want to see Veteran try to enable him specifically, because he's been pretty good so far. Pick up the sniper, Zach.
Come on, man. He is good, though. 8 headshots with 10 kills. He did say he's a fragger with the
I did say
HK.
he was a rifler, man, but
Yeah.
the,
But
the
not-
Zach
but not
sniper
fully.
is definitely different.
It's better. It's better, of course.
Maybe an Alm?
Car 98.
Or my personal preference, the VKS.
The
Ancient
VKS.
Chinese tech.
Shock. Moving A push.
Oh,
Ninkyu
timing.
again. Such
One
a
more?
menace. Such a menace to claim off 2 kills.
Take it back. Honestly, Veteran doesn't have to commit to this.
Mid. Look at mid. Recknard.
Vincent!
Dude, there's a BR player. Vincent now low in HP. He's gonna be running, but Jason finds EV9. Look at Vincent, is like a kid. Running away, but he goes in for the fight, and he goes back in. That's not a kid, that's Vincent.
There it is, Vincent. After getting a bit of more of his frustration out of those rounds, Veteran already making it all the way up to 6. And if they can get one more point, this would be equalizing their scoreline in that acceptance game. But MATTJESS, don't think they're intending for this game to last any more than it already is. So no more mid denials here for the side of MATTJESS. They're just going to double stack the bottom side of bridge and fight from here.
Calm down, Shock. Able to do some damage there. 2 players on BR. He claims 1. They keep peeking. It's a bad sign for MATTJESS. A Shock claims 3. Triple kill for Shock. And look at B. Zach is unaware that he's getting cornered. Ninkyu. Sneaky, hold my hand, man. 7 points, possibly for Veteran.
Wait. Ooh, he's dead. I mean, what can you do about that, brother? That's a USB to the side of your head. 7 and 9 here for Veteran. Timeout once again for MATTJESS. MATTJESS setting the record for the most timeouts used up against a Rosea team. Zach trying to hold in his laugh because, man, he's like, please, bro, just give me the TRG at this point, right? Yetcha. I know your visor's on, man, but seems like it's glitching.
Dude. MATTJESS, it's okay.
Is it the heat getting to them?
Might be. It's tough times.
Kind of their fault, in all honesty, right? You're wearing black in 43-degree weather, and you're kind of just asking for it at this point. But Veteran, though, so far in this game, man, the rotations are very nice. But at the same time, in that last round, I was wondering, why was no one looking at Shock the entire time while he was on the underside of bridge? It wasn't communicated towards the side of MATTJESS. I think they were so intent in really bringing it home by just fighting it on the top of bridge and fighting whoever's on the other side of bridge as well. But, you know, Shock recognizing the moment of weakness here, just absolutely going in. And that's what we need from the side of Veteran, someone to kind of disrupt the usual flow of MATTJESS. And if they can do exactly that, MATTJESS might be in trouble. And it would be quite ironic, right, that the prophecy that MATTJESS is going to make it to a playoff would be broken by a Rosea team. That is going to mean the world, though, to Veteran. That means Rosea has arrived here in SEA Masters.
Yep. They've been showing themselves, but now it's actually time to perform. Oh, Veteran. Every Filipino right now, every Southeast Asian rooting for you. And if you deny MATTJESS their playoffs, that is one feat that you are only just beginning in your journey, Veteran man. Amazing. Twintism, early shots here on LB, never actually stopped his place here. What a man. No fear in his eyes. You for Shock, no?
Oh, yata gotong rortik. Tulo LB. Tulo LB dagan. Gartik gatang house ha. Kau lapsi nyo kanang maigo. Kau nagbala. Kau napay sa kau nag-artik artik.
Init dari atas.
He doesn't want it.
Oh, no.
1 for 1. Sneaky. It's house beat take.
Oh, fast B-side take, possibly. Shock on 11 HP. Don't want to step on the first floor of this house B. Never mind. Even if you're on the second floor, you're going to get blown up here by Jason. 3 versus 4. And this is where MATTJESS, they're going to start to kind of push a bit forward here, start the pressure on towards court and mid. But that is the opportunity for Veteran to kind of move on the A side of the map. MATTJESS, you know, if you cannot catch any of the players of Veteran here with this grouping that you're doing right now, this round could be kissed goodbye.
Oh, even 9 falls as well as a 2v4.
Yeah, it might be over.
Might just be over here, Sneaky. Every chance given towards Veteran Zach now on the TRG back in his game, and he might just be the stopping power. That's 2 shots down. And with the TRG, Zach ends the delusion that Veteran was looking at. It's MATTJESS with a comfortable 2-0 win, but man, oh man, put the cams on Veteran a little bit more because they deserve a round of applause. What a fight here on board.
For sure, and we are seeing the continued improvement here on Veteran, but once again, the prophecy is foretold here for the side of MATTJESS, already getting their second series win in the group stage. They just need 3 more to guarantee a qualification here in the playoffs. They already did it last time by getting 5th in the group stage, but can they go for more in this one? In all honesty, no, because they can only contest for 5th and 6th at the moment. That's just what it is. That's the reality of it. But still, you know, MATTJESS is now starting to climb up in our, leaderboard, and I kind of feel like they're going to have quite the hard time in their next series, considering week number 3, they are going to be going up against Atras. And Atras is also a team who's rapidly improving in the group stage, so I'm looking forward to what that game foretells. But yeah, MATTJESS, I wouldn't say it was a clean series from you. I think the port game was definitely problematic from your side, especially when it comes to the GR side. But at the same time, we did barely see Zach on the sniper, but we did hear in the comms Vincent telling him, let's get on the sniper, man, at this point. Let's just end this game. And as soon as he got on the sniper, hey, the game ended.
Yeah, you saw him. He just felt so good that Zach instantly got 2 kills from 2 peaks from that crash position on top. But Sneaky, man, I feel like everyone needs to know this now. Yes, MATTJESS, they can easily go for a 5-4 scoreline on their standings, right? But these rounds, these rounds that they lost mean a lot to the round differential, because if a team goes with a 5-4 as well in the standings, and they lose, then and they dominate a veteran, even TARINGBABI in a series, that's gonna mean a lot. Or possibly even again, they might just not clutch up towards a possibility of playoffs. But yeah, still a 2-0 is a 2-0 at the end of the day. But man, oh man, sneaky veteran, this is what we've been craving for, and we're getting treated again.
Yeah, and I'm just happy that, you know, MATTJESS is not dead last now on the leaderboard, because I feel like they really do not belong in that position specifically, right? I think now the record, if I'm not mistaken, is now 2-4, so that's kind of hovering around where acceptance is and where Atlas is at the moment. But for the side of veteran, right, you still want to compliment Twintism especially. Oh my god, he played amazing this entire time in this port map, especially considering he was getting openings with the sniper on the LB side. So that is a very hard task to have, but at the end of the day, they got they got the execution down, but once again, veteran kind of just fizzled out by the finish.
Yeah, you know what, Sneaky Frog, it's been a pleasure to cast for these two teams right now, but it looks like we need to break it down with the help of our panel coming in with Mochi and as well as Ed.
Thank you so much, Bipolar, and as well as Sneaky Frog. Wiki will be breaking down for you. And I am quite surprised after that performance that we have here for Veteran, and I feel like everyone has their jaw on the floor from all of the highlights that I actually racked up earlier in Port.
Yeah, I feel like if we gave veteran enough time, right, when we fast forward to 2028, regionals will be 10 Filipino teams, 6 Rosea teams. We're going to have Bumi Sports, Onyx, even Evos with an Indonesian lineup, possibly, if and only if veterans can stay put in this form of improvement, and if more Indonesian CROSSFIRE players and the Rosea CROSSFIRE players get what's the word for it? Revitalized by how they perform versus matches, because MATTJESS Sport is no joke, right? They beaten FERVID in this map, and with Twintism especially, right, getting all those Arctic kills, very much shocking how veterans got through this map, almost winning it out up until Zach started saying, okay, no more games, no more Mr. Nice Guy, right? And he pulled out the TRG himself and then just secured the win. But that is a question for MATTJESS, right? We have to talk more about the veterans here, because the improvement is actually crazy. We are seeing them perform up against a top 4, top 5 team that is solid in their current state. Surely, they have lost 4 matches in week 1 and 2, but with the resurgence, right, you can still expect matches to be a top team in terms of their player, in terms of their macro, in terms of their caliber. So veterans getting the scoreline good and well, but MATTJESS, that is a bit of a troublesome sighting, because veterans took them to this much or this many rounds.
Yeah, and we can already see the vision here for Veteran, because look at that, just 3 more rounds. They would have been able to take a map for themselves and push us into the cider. You can also see how Twintism is actually feeling every single second here in the map of Port, and how he's been able to perform wonderfully with the rest of the squad here. Just unfortunate that EV9 isn't online here, but other than that, everyone's been able to step up well, especially Shock. I was shocked with a couple of plays that he's been able to do in here, where he demolished 3 people, and even one from one of them that could have been a clutch. I feel like it just became a bit too high pressure against with the likes of Vincent. But here for MATTJESS though, they're still the winners. They're still the ones who's been able to end this off with a 2-0 sweep, and the MVP is no other than Jason. It is pretty similar to what we have seen from yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like his 4K on that GR spawn side of their BL, right? When he got the 4K through the smoke, just spamming that corner and then transferring to the left, would be a highlight for the day-to-day Mochi. But his performance, 1.4 KD, 0.82 KR, not much headshots because he was just running and gunning. 0.41 smokes per round and a rating of 81.7 is what led MATTJESS to stabilize at the end, right? Surely it could have been Zach's Arctic TRG to bring it home, but what actually consistently gotten those rounds was Jason and the rest of the riflers here for the side of MATTJESS to just, try and fight back against these veterans who has been on an upstart with their tempo. When 20sim was going on, Jason was even taking it further for matches, and I feel like if without him, would have been a different affair, right? For matches.
Yeah, that is true. Although I'm really curious what could have been the reason why he wasn't wielding the sniper rifle as much. I think that we can ask that directly later on.
Yes.
But just a quick glance of what just transpired here in the map of Sub-Basin as well as Port here. It's a 510 and a 710 here for both of our maps. And we can now see why Veteran entirely chose the map of Port here during our map veto, because they prepared a lot in this map, and we can already see the vision. We can already see them taking the map. It's just that there were so much more power plays that the matches has been able to inflict against them. And again, Veteran, you guys were doing so well, and highly looking forward that we can see more of you in the future, because at this rate I won't be surprised if there will be a lot of decider maps present whenever that we see a Veteran in our future occurrences and fights with them. But I hope that TARINGBABI can catch up to how they're going so far. These are like their kuyas or their older brothers, I guess, in the current league that we have here. And later on, I do think that we'll be seeing how they are doing right now. I hope that they are not suffering with culture shock as of the current time.
Exactly. I feel like Mochi, if ever Smilegate is open to my idea, right? Hear me out. Let's create Impact but Rosea version. Then mix it with the PH teams, right? Let's say let's have like, I don't know, maybe 10 teams, 4 from Rosea, 6 from Philippines, and then let them grind it out there, right? Let's not put them straight into Masters. Like, sure, we're going to have Master spots specifically for the Rosea teams, but let's let them cook in the Impact side, right? Let's see them improve alongside some of the newer or some of the more tenured, right? Depends on which kind of Impact you're talking about. Is it the older, is it the retirement home Impact or the developing team Impact, right? But yeah, just put the Rosea teams in Impact, and then let's see if they can beat some of the teams there. But of course, beating veterans this Masters with being the set MVP, still Jason, right? Still going to be consistent on sub-base, on port. Still the same stat line here, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing technically changed, right? Still not a lot of headshots, but yeah, I feel like without him, of course, and especially contributing Zach to the matter of the fact, right? It's going to be him just delivering it out with his multi-kills. Let's not forget sometimes Ninkyu as well as Yetja, right? Yetja had a great map 1. Map 2, not quite getting picked off by 20sim here and there, but yeah, Jason, the all-rounder here for MATTJESS, just delivering out the win and saving the day when they needed it most.
Yes, that is true. And Jason, again, I feel like he's been like the most consistent player here for matches, as you have mentioned, and I never saw him having an off game, honestly. I don't know if it's just me, but Jason is just always there. And it's nice that we're starting to see more of him consistently in these types of moments wherein every single time, may it be against the Giants, or may it be for the teams who are just establishing their name in the scene, he performs the same, which is a great thing to have here as an asset for matches. Pero mukhang tama lang ata na magtagalog na tayo dito at this point in time, kasi magkakaroon na tayo ng interview kasama ang isa sa mga representatibo galing sa team ng matches. Kaya naman, i-welcome na natin dito sa ating Desi. Thank you. Hi, thank you.
Hello.
Congrats.
Thank you po.
Congrats, thank you. No? Grabe yung pinagdaanan niyo dito, no, sa veteran na talagang sobrang dikit ng ating second port, no?
Okay.
parang napagod ka dun sa port niya. Pero yun nga, unahan ko na ng tanong na Mochi. May tanong ako sa inyo, ba't ayaw mag-TRG ni Zach sa port? Tapos parang last round lang siya nag-TRG. Ano yung nangyari dun sa inyo?
Di ko alam yun eh.
Di ba?
Di ko alam.
Trip
Oo.
lang mag-HK kung gano'n.
Hindi ko alam ba't nag-HK siya.
Ah. So,
Di rin
technically,
sure.
kahit sila din, wildcard din kung anong gagamitin ni Zac, no? Basically, yung nangyari.
Marunong din naman si Zac mag-HK. Kaya nag-HK.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Baka,
mahal din naman.
baka gusto lang talaga din mag-dual wield, triple wield ni Zac, no? Pero, ayun no, ano kaya yung naging problema natin sa port? Since biro nyo, no, halos mahabol kayo ni veteran.
Walang play. Kaya walang play.
Ayun. Parang i-reply din ni ni parang wala din play. Parang talaga di niya ma-explain kasi feel ko ganun din yung nangyayari sa gameplay. Hindi niya rin ma-explain na mabagal talaga yung nangyayari. Parang steady lang kumbaga, tas walang nangyayari. So,
bigla kasi sila namamatay. Kaya natalo yung round.
So, yung pick-off ba na nangyayari galing sa veteran?
Oo. Walang kakampi kasama. Walang trade. Kaya talo.
I see. So parang dito na rin na parang ebidensya na rin to no na talagang inaral ni veteran din yung port na as a start no na para sa improvement nila. Pero it's nice na na-acknowledge mo din yun no NinQ. Pero again, congratulations no. No sweat naman 2-0 pa rin naman ang inyong series no. Kalmahan niyo lang. Pero I guess it's time no that i-shoutout mo na ang inyong mga supporters. The floor is yours.
Thank you po sa pagsuporta ng Team MATTJESS tsaka kay ㍍Match. Tsaka sa aking kakampi, kay Hershel. Thank you. Thank you din kay Mochi and Del Salvatore. Sneaky Frog. Yun.
Thank you.
Congrats,
Yun.
thank you.
Maraming salamat and sana ipagpatuloy niyo yung hype mo every single game kasi every time na nakikita ka namin sa POVCAM na nagwawala no nag-enjoy din kami and lalo kaming nagro-root din for you guys. So congratulations and good luck sa mga susunod niyong laban no. Hopefully mapang-abot natin yung ating playoff spot.
Thank you.
Good.
Grabe yun na Mochi. Very very parang siguro na shell shock lang dito si Nicky sa nangyayari sa kanila sa port kasi hindi nila in-expect. Pero I feel like kapag ganyan yung naging form ng matches with their upcoming matches, syempre they still have a trust on the up and coming no and STS as their final match. I fear for them a bit no. Nakakatakot na ganito yung nangyayari sa matches. Hopefully ma-fix nila kaagad kasi veterans lang yun. Paano pa pag Philippine team? Pero ayan no. Isa pang Virtus.pro.PHT team yung meron tayo.
Totoo, no? Baka may pinagdadaanan din na team character development ang matches right now, no? After all of the things na nangyayari sa kanila kasi to be honest, hindi rin naman din biro, no? Nakakabigla naman talaga lahat. Pero mo, 4 lose streak, tas biglang mananalo, tapos ngayon ganito, no? So, halang yan, no? Matches, take your time, but at the same time, no? Always consider the reality of your situation. Pero ito na nga, no? Second series natin maya-maya will be TARINGBABI and as well as Virtus.pro. Pagdasal namin kayo, no, TARINGBABI, it's okay. We support you guys. But for now, papahinga muna tayo at maya-maya, magbabalik na tayo for more Crossfire action. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, eh masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dyan, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
we're back dito sa ating desk. It is now TARINGBABI versus Virtus.Pro. At kung hindi ka aware sa kung ano ang nangyari kanina, it is Veteran versus MATTJESS, where Veteran actually did quite of a very surprising performance here, but still MATTJESS managed to end it with a 2-0 despite the fact na they exhausted a couple of timeouts against Veteran. Pero ngayon, iba naman ang ating magiging storya. It is now TARINGBABI versus Virtus.Pro, and seems like we have a bit of a swap here. Salvatore will be joining me now in my panel desk. So, how are you doing?
Okay naman ako, bossing, pero sa mga para sa ating mga munting tatay diyan at sa mga nagsisilbing tatay sa ating buhay, happy Father's Day para po sa inyo. Pero going back into serious business para sa ating CROSSFIRE ㍍Match. Siguro ipapanahon talaga natin ang development nitong mga Rosea teams natin. Kung sa ating Master Spring di man lang sila makalapit, itong Master Summer dumidikit na talaga sila. Baka sa regionals, Mochi, doon na nga talaga sila manalo at makapag-lock in nga sila and garner all of the strength para masabi nga natin na finally, ito na nga sila makakuha nga ng isang set or better yet, the whole series itself. Pero sa ngayon kasi, Mochi, dumidikit lang talaga, and that's all we have to say for our brothers at Veteran. Pero hopefully, week 3 and week 4 will be good for our Rosea brothers and sisters kasi nga TARINGBABI and as well as Veteran is still gunning out para sa una nga nilang panalo. And tignan mo naman talaga, TARINGBABI, isang malaking higantes na malagulayat nga talagang nasa kanilang harapan. And it would be an amazing headline, Mochi, pagsabit nga na Lunes ng umaga, ang unang post na bubungad sa'yo is TARINGBABI upsetting Virtus.Pro. It's a possibility. Anything is possible, gaya nga nasabi nating mga ninunod dyan. But at the end of the day, punta muna nga tayo sa reality. Kasi ganun talaga. Virtus.Pro is still the stronger team heading into the series.
Exactly. But first, let us introduce TARINGBABI. They are quite of a bunch that already has adapted the meta that we currently have so far. And we also have ㍍Match serving as their primary anchor, which for now, they have yet to handle themselves having a bit more of a flexible setup. But other than that, for Protons and as well as ㍍Match, they have quite of a really decent performance so far alongside with ㍍MB, and I guess that is quite of a decent foundation to work on as we start and proceed in this league, Salvi.
㍍MB is all fired up and is now going to be, way up in the air when we head into our first 2 maps. And definitely that's one huge beverage that we can use definitely for ㍍MB to be motivated for this series up against Virtus.Pro. What a good choice of beverage for my friend out there. But let's take a look now at the upcoming schedule here for TARINGBABI. It has not been good for the first 3 matches, and it would be even worse for their upcoming 3. We have Virtus.Pro, MATTJESS, and Team Stallions, which is very much deadly here for TARINGBABI. But, a win is something in between. Veteran was really close inside of port, so probably a team like MATTJESS could really scathe into this idea wherein TARINGBABI might get like 6 or 7 rounds or 2, but hopefully that will be the case or even exceed our expectations for. But at the end of the day, TARINGBABI is still a team that is only shining when the bright lights are early in the first or 2 rounds, but hopefully they will be able to recover.
And we also have a statement here from Macray. Who will be your toughest matchup in week 2 and why? And he simply answered, I think Virtus.Pro will be our toughest matchup because they have experienced players and a strong track record in competition. They are a team that can punish mistakes very effectively, so we will need to be at our best. Hence the reason maybe why we have ㍍MB here on his social, which I am wondering how does he play with it. That could have been affected him with a headache, but I guess it puffs him up. But yeah, I guess it's just right for us to discuss what we have here for this side of Virtus.Pro as well. I mean, we're already no stranger with the players that we have here for Virtus.Pro, as well as their stories, their history, and all of the above. But it appears that after their recent match against Execration, just obvious that there are still some holes left unpatched on their side.
And honestly, Macray couldn't have described it any better, Mochi, considering that when you hear the word Virtus.Pro, you will be reminded of their 2 regional titles, multiple international appearances, and as well as, getting very close bouts up against CFPL's finest. So all of that collated into one team here in CFSC is Virtus.Pro just reeking of a destruction here inside of this tournament. But I just know Virtus.Pro, despite the slight hurdle that they experienced up against Execration, they clearly brushed it off, much like every other game that they face with Team Stallions. That is what I admire for Virtus.Pro. They are very ambitious when it comes to recovering their mental, that it's not a resting day for each and every day that passes. It's going to be practice until they become perfect. So Virtus.Pro, this is going to be like, as much as it pains me to say this, Pochi, it's target practice for Virtus.Pro up against TARINGBABI. But TARINGBABI can prove us wrong with some amazing skill set that they have. But then again, the best of TARINGBABI is just 1% of Virtus.Pro heading into this game. And take a look at that stacked schedule that they have. After TARINGBABI, they will be up against Atras, the team that they got defeated inside of Swiss. So there is going to be some revenge arcs here for Virtus.Pro. And to cap off their amazing group stage, they will be up against Team Stallions for like, what, the second time in the year when it comes to like facing best of threes. So Virtus.Pro is pretty much in their best state right now, because during Master Spring it kind of feels like they had a bit of losses, but Virtus.Pro, hopefully they are the team that they say they are.
Yeah, and we can also hear from them wherein our question says, what do you think your fans should expect going into week 2? And they simply answered Virtus Plow. What is your message to your opponents for the next week of Master Summer? How are you gonna stop the plow? So, wow, okay. So the message is actually a question
He's
here
not slick, by the
from
way.
Virtus.Pro. He's not slick.
He's not slick.
But,
I just know the coach. I just know the coach answered that, and like a lot of people will be like, "Yo, I
You
feel
already
like
have
I've
an
heard this
idea.
line before."
Yeah.
Yeah.
You already have an idea who answered that question, and yes, I think it's Coach Shane. But again, I feel like it's now time for us to acknowledge who would be the 2 players in our head-to-head feature right now, and it's going to be Protons versus Elvin, which, in my
What?
opinion, this is actually a really good comparison.
Well, do not let the numbers fool you guys. Elvin is still a solid player, and same
Exactly.
goes here for Protons, but the comparison is just uncanny, and the numbers do not, give out the huge impression on how huge of a caliber of a player Elvin is, and same goes here for Protons. Protons can give you like the strongest 15 kills probably here up against any Rosea team, or even like a PH team, that he can really dish out the aggressiveness necessary for him to pair up with a Filipino team like Virtus.Pro. But for Elvin, he had a bad day, of course, given the .61, but he's one of the greatest fraggers that we've seen inside of Master Spring. But right now, he is facing a bit of like a hindrance right now when it comes to fragging. But, there's still Cetra, there's still KSA. So I'm pretty confident that Elvin will be most likely recovering his KD slump with this match up against TARINGBABI.
Yeah, and I think let's see if Elvin will be activated by any of our maps here in the map veto. So let us take a look into what bans, what picks. We already have Virtus.Port back at it again here in this map veto, followed by Ankara and as well as Black Widow here in our decider. First time that we're gonna see Black Widow after a while here in our map veto. But any thoughts for the first 2 that we have, Salvatore?
Well, honestly, Mochi, that is as far as you can see Black Widow, because I pretty much doubt that we will be seeing Black Widow in living color. But first 2 maps, not really surprised. But the one thing that I'm very much really noticing here is Virtus.Pro really wants the blacklist side on Ankara, considering that they have this much more notoriety on their global risk. So they love to play defense. They love to give Cetra the most powerful positions of the map inside of Ankara. But it kind of feels like Virtus.Pro is trying to preamp themselves for the upcoming matches that Ankara is going to be a must pick. So they really want to start off the first half with a lot of momentum on their hands, because TARINGBABI has been very questionable on their antics when it comes to global risk, even inside of sub base and as well as a map like Port. But Port, Man, oh man, we do not want to remind TARINGBABI the caliber of a team Virtus.Pro is inside of that map. They got one set up against Team Stallions, and when you hear Team Stallions, you're just going to be like very shocked on how huge the aura inside of that team is. And for a team like Virtus.Pro to be able to take port up against them just means that TARINGBABI needs to prepare for an upcoming storm. And my god, the fact that they got port for free is very huge of a sentiment here that, you know, TARINGBABI might have overlooked their map veto quite a bit, Mochi.
Yeah, that is for sure. And also acknowledge that the subbase has also been banned here, which I highly think is a move of respect. But let us show our predictions here down below. I feel like we already know what the answer is going to be for this one. 2-0s here all across the board. All in favor for Virtus.Pro. It's like my co-panelist here has been shocked, but not for the rest, I guess. But yeah, I guess that just speaks volumes with the current experience and as well as tier that we may put Virtus.Pro cross here against TARINGBABI right now. But you can see the TARINGBABI fans actually being present here in our community polls with 40% to 60% against Virtus.Pro.
I'm pretty sure it's divided between Indonesian fans and as well as Filipinos. And if there are Filipino believers out there for TARINGBABI, I commend your humility and as well as your humbleness to, you know, vote out here for TARINGBABI. For Virtus.Pro, really not surprised that the majority of other polls is being covered here by Virtus.Pro just because they see winners inside of a VP. So yeah, pretty much a balanced matchup, at least on the community polls, but the guns themselves will absolutely speak volumes here, Mochi, once we head into that map number 1.
Yes, and I do think that here for TARINGBABI, it will take for them a bit more time in order to finally grasp or get a quick idea that is most certainly boxed well and presented well for themselves. But again, I hope that it will be a bit sooner. But it's just right for us to ask our casters to join into our desk right now and put out a few pointers that we may discuss here for both TARINGBABI and as well as Virtus.Pro. So let's now welcome Datum and as well as Ramon.
Yeah.
Ooh,
there we go.
Looking good, looking good. Great timing as well. Hi Ramon and as well as Datum. How are you guys doing so far? Let's start with Ramon.
Pretty good. Actually, I woke up today. I pretty much was excited to see Virtus.Pro versus versus MATTJESS early on. It was pretty exciting to see. So hopefully that that close matchup on port really inspired TARINGBABI to kind of get towards where they were in terms of how veteran got it close, right? But against Virtus.Pro, does feel like a very hard contest to do.
Yes, and I really do hope that they did their homework, right? Because again, this is Virtus.Pro. They are very much structured than they should be, which is quite of a scary thing to say the least. But how about you, Datum? Do you have any quick players that became your favorite here for TARINGBABI?
I gotta say, ㅍMatch has kind of been impressive yesterday up against CBF. I like the way Proton's plays as well. I like that he got featured in the matchup against Elvin because these two players very impactful whenever we see them on the highlights, right? Elvin and Protons. So hope Protons find some rhythm here against Virtus.Pro, and I do hope that they show something of an improvement in their map. We saw Veteran doing a ninja play earlier. I think that's one of the few times, or the first time we saw Veteran doing that. So I hope that TARINGBABI does the same.
And it's nice that they're already discovering or at least trying out these types of antics that we have here across our maps. But let us now discuss our watch points. Can TARINGBABI live up to the pressure? Do you have some thoughts here, Salvatore? Or do you think that they'll be crumbling before it even started?
Well, honestly, Mochi, they have been given the CBF and as well as FERVID, and they did not live up to the pressure that those two teams were given, and we consider those two teams as benchmarks. And if you do not defeat those two teams, where do you actually rank between the top 10 here of this league? So I'm pretty sure this is going to be nothing new here for TARINGBABI, as much as it's really, really hurtful to hear from themselves that they cannot really be at the level of Virtus.Pro. But sometimes gameplay will actually be more scarier to hear at and see as well here for TARINGBABI. So less on the pressure side, they need to focus on what's in front of them right now, which is going to be the fight up against Virtus.Pro. They don't have to look at it in a way that Virtus.Pro is a stronger team. They just have to look at it, Virtus.Pro, our enemies. That's about it.
That is true. Sometimes you don't have to overcomplicate things and just take things as it is. But let us see our next watch point here. Would it be about Virtus.pro or TARINGBABI? Yes, it's still about them. Angar could not catch a break. Recorded a 0 rating versus Comeback Friends as he got 0 kills and 11 deaths. Yeah, so any inputs here, Ramon?
I mean, I can't really blame him, right? I mean, it was a CBF that just wanted to go ham on that New Mexico map as one of the maps that we have played in that series, right? And to believe that Jangar was expected to do an absolute fine well performance against CBF, it's an expectation, but it really didn't live up to that result, right? And up against the Virtus.pro, I am expecting that he could bounce back after that performance up against CBF, but time will tell, because this Virtus.pro team, after losing the fight up against Execration early on this group, do feel like they're on an onslaught right now to take revenge up against their opponents.
Actually, that is for sure. Again, we pray for your soul, TARINGBABI. I hope that you will be okay at the end of this series. But how about our next fight here? Huwag niyong galitin si Cetra. As for translation, don't make Cetra angry, Daydom.
I mean, yes, this makes sense, right? Zetra, we kind of criticized him at the earlier part of the year being a one-kill machine, if that makes sense. But he's kind of gotten over that slap. Ever since the Swiss stage, he looks good. His numbers reflected. We saw in the KD stats earlier, he's the highest in his team so far, one of the highest in the entire group stage. So it's nice to see Zetra back to form, and going up against TARINGBABI, he could even pump those numbers up. So yeah, don't make him.
For sure.
Wag niyong galitin si Zetra.
That is true. And it's nice that as much as there is still some reliance onto Cetra, I am still happy that he isn't being pressured by any of that at all. If not, maybe he becomes a bit more motivated to do better every single time, which is just crazy if we may say about him. But I guess it is now time for us to watch the main game. Let us throw it over to our casters, Ramon and Daydom. Rakrakan na.
Thank you so much, Mochi and Salvatore. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the matchup between TARINGBABI and Virtus.pro. I'm Ramon. This guy's name is Datum, and while SEA Masters is a good time for talent to nurture and grow, right now, Virtus.pro are in a fit of rage. It's a week of onslaught for Virtus.pro after the execution game that I just mentioned earlier, and it looks like TARINGBABI are up next. So while I want a good game out of this, seems like a big challenge for our brothers in Rosea.
I think that's a bit of an understatement here, a massive understatement, Ramon, given the fact that this is Virtus.pro, right? I mean, I feel like Virtus.pro's loss against Execration is kind of overshadowed by the fact that STS also lost to Execration, but that was some sort of a win of a streak as well that was broken, right? For the longest time, there's no other team that could beat Virtus.pro apart from STS. Lo and behold, this year Execration comes and surprises everyone by beating them and also STS. So I feel like Virtus.pro, as you said, they're on a warpath, and it begins now up against TARINGBABI. So whether or not we get to see TARINGBABI improve over the course of the group stage, that would be nice to see. But our expectations are kind of set in stone, right? Virtus.pro certainly have the heavy favors going into this matchup. So TARINGBABI, I feel like they could take this matchup more like a learning opportunity.
They could, right? I think the easiest step for them is to just like try to find a star player to play around, right? And so far, from the performances from TARINGBABI, it's been Penjat who has been, I'd say, consistent individually as a performer. He's been the top-rated player for TARINGBABI, leading in kill per round for TARINGBABI right now, as well as being somebody who can also be reliable when it comes to the GR side in a few of the performances that we've seen out of them. But the very biggest challenge for Penjat is to keep up against the best sniper arguably in the Philippines right now, as it will be Virtus.pro on a map that they love to play. Let's listen to the players.
Are they calming Zetra? Is Ben just saying that Zetra is mid? Don't peek there. I think that's what he's saying there. Ramon! As he picks up Yobib. Just as I say that, wow, what a start already. Penjahat, I told you we have to watch this guy.
Exactly, right? I mean, this guy's been frying On the TARINGBABI side, if you put the scope on him individually, he's still somebody who can rack up early kills in the round. And if they can kind of capitalize on that first blood, then TARINGBABI kind of have a foundation to kind of step on. But still, Virtus.pro are really known for their mid-rounding. So how will they pinch up against ATB that have the numbers advantage?
It seems like Elvin has permanently switched to the AK. As he gets hit with a massive HE, TARINGBABI have a lot of lineups in this map actually. You have to remember, Ramon, Port is the most played map in the Rosea region.
Yeah.
So TARINGBABI definitely have a lot prepared for this map. And Elvin gets a kill onto Jangar. That's a quick A-site execute. And Proton's unable to get anything. Top A, easy take it for Virtus.pro.
Again, like I told you, while Virtus.pro have the firepower, one of the maps that they like to play is Port, and one of the biggest things that they like to use as a weapon is the pause itself in the mid-round. Leaving TARINGBABI on an island that time, as it will be Elvin on another kill. Get themselves TARINGBABI into a 2 versus 3 exit push up from ㍍MATCH, but Elvin still claiming the second on that AK. It's ㅍMATCH in the 1v3. He's been the opener for TARINGBABI. But as the closer, in 10 seconds of this round, I think it's impossible.
Yeah, with 9 seconds now, it's Kellar to close it off for Virtus.pro, and I love this actually. Virtus.pro closing it out cleanly, but TARINGBABI, they had a really good setup at the start of the round, right? They spotted out Zetra, ㅍMATCH calls it out, smokes out mid, and then he gets ㅍBib. It's in the mid round. As you said, Ramon, that really makes a difference. To stop the pause here for Virtus.pro that kept their opponents guessing. All the while, they were taking control of LA, so impressive mid-rounding as expected for Virtus.pro. And TARINGBABI, well, I do like the improvement that they're showing at the start of the round.
Yeah, if they kind of have that first blood going and then keep that cool, calm composure by the mid-round, then maybe they could have a foot against Virtus.pro. But against that, it's LB. Being pushed up by Cetra. First contact from him, and with the mechanics, Campe pushed up. That's a quick scope from him. ㅍBib on the second as well. Virtus.pro took that decisively over to LB.
2-for-1 exchange. It's Virtus.pro getting more than one in that encounter. Zetra will be the only one to go down in their ranks. But even though Zetra fell down, Ramon, they still have control of house B. ㅍBib setting up lineups. It's kind of like a bait and switch for Virtus.pro, because look at the bomb. It's in CA. Even though ㅍBib is down, LA for VP.
But Protons is not convinced. He's already taken the foot over to Elvin and shoves it over to the LA side. Kellar dropping, and Protons raising his own flag, saying that this is not a site that you do not want to push in VP. KSA gets that kill over to Protons, forcing the 1v1, and he knows that ㅍMATCH is over to the other side of the map.
Yeah. Not at this very moment, though. That was a long time ago when he heard the sniper shot from B side. So KSA is now guessing, and ㅍMATCH is in bridge. Gets the shot in, and that is a beautiful round there. Protons making an impact in round 2.
Yeah, the P brothers, both ㅍMATCH and Protons, very much decisive when it comes to the individuals. Holding down LA for Protons to cut off the entry for Virtus.pro has been that key factor. And needing that closer from ㅍMATCH really has rounded up things for TB, but Cetra really adjusting to El Campe. VP not even popping out the brakes. They just want to push in as ㅍMATCH goes down. 3 versus 5. BP get themselves LA.
It's a ridiculous push from Elvin. He's all alone, got the AK, and immediately gets top pay off of the process. 3 people left for TB, and they haven't gone out of RS.
Shotting, and it will be ㅍBib. Easy on the shot, and even taking Jangar's life. This is just textbook for Virtus.pro. Easy as that for ㅍBib to claim 3 kills and to get the second round on their BL.
Yeah, they got stuck in mid there. ㅍBib just holding the lower part of bridge. No smoke, no problem for ㅍBib. He picks up all 3 kills, and Elvin with a beautiful lurk. I mean, he kind of answered back to Proton's impact kills with an impact round of his own, taking control of the entirety of LA. It's all in a day's work for Elvin.
Exactly. And while you kind of can't ignore the early setups for the side of TARINGBABI, they have been doing good on the first bloods. VP on the adaptation has been solid on the approach. ㅍMATCH, El Campe take the 2 kills. Spray on the M14. It's good for ㅍBib. He secures that B side for the side of VP. 2 versus 3. KLR just claiming the life of Protons. He was not aware of the lure coming down. It's all up to Jangar.
Yeah. Time ticking down, 30 seconds. KLR right in front of him. Will be able to take him down. But it is Zetra and Yobib setting up perfectly here in the site. Even got the read on the HE as well. Exact timing. And they got the hit onto Jangar, who's now looking lost here in this site. And he will go down to the hands of Yobib. Virtus.Pro, 2 rounds ahead. And that mid side, Ramon, we saw this already. TARINGBABI have issues taking control of that mid side, even up against CBF. It seems like they haven't figured that out yet either against Virtus.Pro.
Yeah, and it's not even enough that they get themselves that first kill over to the mid side because they're still losing structure. They're not even willing to take control of CA to maybe have a little bit of semblance of map control over towards that mid side. Maybe make VP scared to make that mid default because of the pressure that they have over at PR as well as CA. But no, TB are just letting it get the space for free.
Exactly. They need to do something, anything here mid, especially in the mid round, right? And the post plant, where they need to rotate to the other part of the map, they crumble, retaking control of even Curve and RS. So it's a glaring issue, rotation on the map, because they aren't able to take control of mid. As Virtus.Pro have controlled Z. ㍍MB is there, but he hasn't made his presence known yet.
There's a bit of that buzz. Did see him have a little bit of enjoyment thanks to a refreshment, but let's keep his cool. Yobib is waiting, and he already swings into ㍍MB. Not expecting him to already clear out that Z position. 5 versus 4. And VP back on that Virtus pause that we kind of saw in the early round.
Looking more like a Virtus pause than a Virtus plow, but they are winning, so Virtus.Pro still looking good. Yeah, ㍍MB, I was about to say he had a perfect position to make an impact from Z, but it's Yobib to push him down as TARINGBABI looking to receive this B site to execute, but Virtus.Pro kind of hesitating.
And you kind of can respect that sort of thing. VP are the team that kind of like to be double prepared for any setup, and with the flash just like that, it's simple for KSA to clean out El Campe. Penjat on the kill on Elvin towards the other side, but still VP already taking the space over towards that B site. 3 versus 4, and she back on Protons, but Smoke is also doing a good job of shaving a lot of time for them to push into the site.
Clinical execute from Virtus.Pro as TARINGBABI has attempt to get this retake happening. KLR to take down the first to come in from that RS position. Protons down. Zetro holding down the lurk, and this should be a quick hold from Virtus.Pro because Jangar is just gonna get spammed by Yobib. Ramon, that is how you execute that B site. KSA with a slow entry and the perfect lineup of the flash. It was just perfect from Virtus.Pro.
It's dreamy from them, right? I mean, it's the simplest setup, but one util and one really aggressive player from VP. That's Elvin in this round. Unfortunately, he gets paid with his life. 5 versus 4. Cetra gonna have to try to get that 1-for-1 trade-off, but I like that TB are still contesting these early rounds off the back of these snipers. But again, they still need to work through these mid rounds as Yobib will also clean the light of Penjat.
That's rough. They didn't need to peek that again, but playing to the hands of the double sniper of Virtus.Pro and TARINGBABI. They got singed. A little bit too aggressive for the TARINGBABI sniper as Yobib anticipates his angle. Speaking of Yobib, the most kills in the server, Ramon. 9 kills in 5 rounds. He's back.
Definitely back. A Yobib that's on fire in SEA Masters. The Dark Prince might actually get his throne this time around. It's too early to tell, right? We're still halfway through the season. And a lot of legwork for Virtus.Pro to kind of get themselves back towards that top 1 conversation. But still 1 minute. And up against TARINGBABI, it's still that mid default that we've been seeing for Virtus.Pro. See presence, Ninja. To claim that BR space, and because of the drop, I think TARINGBABI are prepared for that Z hold.
㍍MB is still in Z. And KSA will be the one to make contact, but ㍍MB's got to be careful of the backhand. No, ㍍MB! You didn't need to peek that. That mid control has been dismantled again. And KSA is to thank. 2 players down. Make that 3. Yobib on the double. And KSA on the third. That is another textbook round for Virtus.Pro, just punishing TARINGBABI.
That's 2 times as well that they've been using the Z position as a focal point for Virtus.pro, and the same player ㍍MATTJESS.PHT getting caught by both Yobib as well as KSA on 2 separate rounds is not a good sign. They need to either change that position or change the approach on how they want to defend that mid space for the side of VP that are just getting that for free every single time. But I guess TARINGBABI are still using the early rounds on the sniper to provide that sort of foundation yet again, but again, they're not winning on the mid round. They're not even peeking towards Virtus.pro, who are just getting the mid space for free.
Gotta say though, Virtus.pro are respecting TARINGBABI a lot in these defaults, going as far as putting Yobib on the sniper just so they can shut down ㅍMATTJESS.PHT. I think that really goes to show how much impact ㅍMATTJESS has here, Ramon.
Especially from the mid space as well. And that PR peak that he likes to do on the early rounds. Back on it again, Cetra lurking in the shadows. ㅍMATTJESS.PHT does not expect that. He did change his position. I gotta give him that, but as he peeks into that store B position, it's free pickings for VP.
Yeah.
Slowly walking in towards that side of the map.
How many rounds has it been that ㅍMATTJESS.PHT has been the one to get picked off? It's kind of becoming the punching bag of Zetra, Yobib, and KSA. But we got 1 minute and 4 seconds left on the timer. KSA controlling mid, and he's about to push Ramon.
He has to. All the space in the world again for KSA. Proton's expecting him, but does not expect the speed and the pace. It's almost like he's Max Verstappen. But how fast he is on the push. And KSA, just like from the veteran round, he is controlling the rotation. And Yobib to get the 2 kills as well. Virtus.pro just reminding everybody that Port is still their home turf.
Exactly. And every round is careful, calculated, and it is KSA making the entry. 10-4 on the first contact player is absolutely impressive here for Virtus.pro. KSA is the man to watch. Yobib as well, 12-2. Leading the charge still in terms of the kills. But look at this, they're expecting TARINGBABI to be aggressive.
And you'd expect the Virtus.pro like this on somebody like an STS, right? Somebody like a FERVID
exactly.
on a port map. But they're doing it up against a TARINGBABI. I mean, not to disrespect TARINGBABI. Of course, this is also a map that they like to favor when it comes to the picks. But it's kind of a testament to how Virtus.pro has been preparing for each and every tournament, each and every match that they have.
Of course. Trademark of a champion, Ramon. And I feel like Virtus.pro are done underestimating opponents. I kind of felt an inkling of that up against Execration.
Right?
But now, nothing. Not even against TARINGBABI, who is heavily favored. They're heavily favored to win against. That's one. Fails the quick scope, but he will go down to the hands of ㅍMATTJESS.PHT as KSA pushes towards Curve. That's a nice little smoke off. Jangar spotted. What a flick from Yobib. Dark Prince making noise. Jangar going down as well in the widest peak of the universe. KSA will shut him down. Protons! How is he spotted? How does KSA know? I don't know, but he just does.
At this point, the GR side of that RS position has to be KSA's spot, right? Because for so many times, there's been so many highlights where he's been trying to push that through and just cuts off every single rotation for anybody on the GR side with how confident he is on that rifle. VP making a mid a very big weapon for any sort of GR side, for anything that they face up in this port map. And again, that past round is a testament of that yet again. 7-1. And it will be the last round before we swap sides. And even on the stronger side for the sport map, TB are struggling up against Virtus.pro.
As I told you, it's a masterclass of the BL side. KSA jumping up towards the ninja box here in LA. Setting a lineup for that top A sniper, which is ㅍMATTJESS.PHT currently. No double sniper for TB, but they will be contested by KSA. Oh no, ㅍMATTJESS.PHT, you're not looking at the right angle, my friend. As ㅍMATTJESS finds the trade, it's Yobib to take him down. And that's why you don't put snipers in top A anymore. Just an EBR, and the sniper is down.
I'd also argue that it's also the lack of that CA control that TB have been just giving up over to Virtus.pro. As Alcampe will dish out so much damage over to VP. Elvin down. There's still numbers in the favor of VP that they're confidently taking control of LA. Slowly draining the life out of TARINGBABI on their GR side. 1 minute, but it's more than enough time for them to kind of clear it out. That Proton just expected by Yobib. He's been hitting flicks all day in port. With a shot just like that.
Wow.
Alcampe is not winning any engagements up against Yobib this time around. 8-1 for their first half BL.
Currently an 8.0
Flash ka na,
KD
flash ka na.
as it stands
Court is
for
a
Yobib.
sniper.
Ay, wala. Ano po may flash?
Wala.
Yeah.
Go siya flash, go siya flash.
Ready up, ready up.
Okay. 1,
Ada.
2,
Wala dito mo kong lupet.
flash. Asik.
Pick.
Yep, just gonna push it in. They were calling for the peak again this time around on that mid side, but it's that first blood coming through over to Kellar that could make the difference because of this early. A lot of space taken over to the mid side. TB are kind of glaring up for that LA split push.
Contact heavy positions for Virtus.pro. They're not playing for the sniper this time. They're playing for Elvin in LA. He spots out Alcampe. That's one. And Cetra with a backup. Perfect timing on the return. Yobib in CA. And TARINGBABI, even though they got the first kill in mid, they didn't control mid. So Yobib just able to slip past. Set point. And Virtus.pro making that defense look easy.
Too easy for Virtus.pro right now, man. I can't believe Yobib is gonna end up with 18 kills, 2 deaths.
Oh my
all
God.
throughout this port game. 9 KD if I'm not mistaken, bro. But man, oh man, the Dark Prince is one step closer to becoming king on this port map. Set point, as we mentioned, Yobib expecting the peak on Z. Alcampe flushed out. And that's the only man on TB that tried to go for space on the mid side. ㍍MB expected KSH to pull out the pistol, and he knew that it was going to be the easier challenge up against ㍍MB to get that 3v5 rolling.
Kellar with Yobib. Kellar and Yobib rather in mid. Spamming away, then one potentially behind cover. And Jangar will be pushing. What, Jangar? That's not something you should be doing, my friend. And Kellar will be quick to punish. Protons from SD. Last chance for TARINGBABI.
Has to be. With all the picks giving to VP on a silver platter, you expect Protons to gotta come up clutch with at least 1 or 2 picks on the LA position, but VP just respecting their opponents again. It's definitely something that we didn't expect from VP. Normally, a situation where you feel confident they will push out, but you know that they have the numbers, man. But at this point, you'd know that time really isn't a friend of TARINGBABI. They're just gonna wait for the inevitable, and they have to clear KSA, man. Because look at this angle, they have to clear this.
Rat. KSA is a rat. And I don't think Protons knows. He does not. KSA knows, and he just gets an easy shot. ㅍMatch coming into his crosshairs, and KSA will oblige. Port is still Virtus.pro's domain, and they take down TARINGBABI 10-1.
And it's just like what Coach L has been saying, right? This is the Virtus port that we often talk about when this map is in the conversation. And this is a very decisive first set for Virtus.pro, an online Yobib, an even bigger KSA that we expected with that AK-47 is just firing on all cylinders for the win conditions of Virtus.pro right now. On BL, they ended with an 8-1 if I'm not mistaken, right? And it was smooth sailing when we went over towards the second half as well, with a lot of space towards that mid side, becoming that focal point, becoming the weakness that they knew around that TB position. Or for TB side, excuse me, I mean, ㍍MB was just a punching bag for a lot of the mid pushes that VP has been doing. And while we kind of respect TARINGBABI with their sniper actually firing when it comes to those moments, it's not enough, man, because the mid run has been a huge difference when it comes to this matchup.
Yeah, and I think ultimately it's what doomed here TARINGBABI, right? Because they had the early round setups, right? Particularly on the BL side, they actually have lineups. They actually have a couple of setups to catch some of the players here from Virtus.pro should they try to be aggressive. But ㍍MB just getting caught over and over again. I mean, I respect the idea of trying to be that proactive player, kind of like a mini Elvin here on the other side, but obviously didn't work out, especially up against a team as default heavy as Virtus.pro. I would like to give my hats, I would like to tip my hats to Virtus.pro because we all know this team, right, Ramon? They love talking smack. They love being touted as the villains. But even though they say a lot of the talk in the interviews, how they played this game was all respect, and I love it. They they don't underestimate TARINGBABI. Seemingly are watching the game earlier up with matches going up against Veteran. They saw that and they were like, yeah, we are not gonna rush for this game. We just want to respect TARINGBABI and get this closed out as soon as possible. And Virtus.pro actually pulling out a lot of the stops here up against TARINGBABI. So man, my hats off to you, coach. I love seeing the set plays here from the boys.
And while it is out of character for them on camera, fully knowing the person that is 0-2, he does watch a lot of the games, even if it is Rosea games.
Absolutely.
So he does have a lot of respect for them. I believe he also watched the veteran game that was very close yesterday. So really, it was something that 0-2 wanted to place onto the mindset in Virtus.pro, that even if it is an STS, even if it is an FERVID, if it is a TARINGBABI at the end of the day, they can still frag out individually. So that possibly could be something that Virtus.pro was playing in this regard. So this port map really was something that we kind of expected while we saw that map veto. That 10 round wins, I believe it was on that port map, really did a very big image on how dangerous this map has been for the side of Virtus.pro. And while we head on over to that Lankara map, I'd say it's even more dangerous. The amount of reps that Virtus.pro had on this map, especially around spring, is just gonna make any sort of team scared, right, Datum?
Absolutely. It's Virtus.pro after all that. I kind of got caught off guard there, Ramon. But TARINGBABI, I mean, excited to see just how they're going to perform in our next set. But before that, let's ask our panel, Mochi and Salvatore, what these guys think of that game.
Thank you so much to our casters, and I feel like everything is moving as it should be, I guess is the best term to use here. Virtus.pro just definitely showed that, you know what, this map is ours, and we will be showing you the wrath of Virtus.pro playing in port. And for TARINGBABI, I don't know if they learned their lesson, but this might have instilled trauma on them, honestly.
Sum it all up, Mochi. You know, we see Virtus.pro inside of port already driving a four-wheeler as experienced as a professional. Meanwhile, TARINGBABI is still inventing the wheel, still trying to seek for an identity. You really see some very questionable plays being brought out here by both Jangar and as well as Protons, when in fact that both Jangar and Protons, when given the opportunity, they can definitely shine. But I kind of feel like they're just afraid. They don't know what macro to throw towards Virtus.pro's direction. But when you have two players good enough to score double digits, Mochi, and then you still get the win, and then you don't like go as half as like what rounds that you need in order for you to have like a suitable second half, there has to be a problem, right? When it comes to, you know, just handling the mental aspect of the game. Penjahat and as well as Protons, really sad sceneries from them, because they do have some sort of offense that really is really good in terms of a certain standard. But in a pro game like this, when they're facing up against Virtus.pro, you can clearly see that they are just miles away from what they are actually being given at. So kind of sad here for TARINGBABI, but Virtus.pro definitely delivering the idea of Virtus Plow and Virtus Port inside of the map. So lesson learned here. Hopefully, Mochi, the next time that a Rosea team opens up a map, it shouldn't be port against Virtus.pro. So open up sub-base, probably Black Widow, but you know, just picking port for Virtus.pro is just something that you would not want to experience. And TARINGBABI is experiencing this firsthand. Holy numbers.
Basically, just choose anything else except that and Eagle Eye, I think. But here for TARINGBABI, it is quite evident that everyone's been having quite of a difficult time. Is quite of an understatement. But for the Virtus.pro, well, pretty much the same thing. Everyone's performing to their greatest element here, as KSA and as well as Yobe both racked up 100. And even for Cetra, you know, if you round it up, that is technically like a 99% rating that they've been able to accumulate here against TARINGBABI. It just shows the disparity in terms of the experiences that they currently have right now. But Yobe will be our MVP for this specific map with 9.50 KD. Salvatore, and I feel like this is our highest one yet, powering through Yabas from yesterday.
Well, I'm sorry, Tarimbabi, that you'll be able to hear this, but I do not accept a 9.5 from a Filipino team when they're facing up against a Rosea team. Just because, okay? There's not really an elaborate explanation for that, but I just know Yobib had the best time of his life just switching from both EBR and as well as TRG, and he was just hitting those shots like he was playing with bots inside of TD ship. So yeah, kind of sad here for Tarimbabi, but you know, Virtus.pro is just doing their own thing with a by God 9.5 KD. When was the last time we saw we go as high as 9? Yes, it was very, very much rare. So yeah, Virtus.pro just really knew how to play the gun game pretty nice that TARINGBABI couldn't even do anything about it.
Yeah, that is true. And I wonder if there will be some bit of improvements or at least more rounds here for TARINGBABI later on. This is indeed quite of a struggle that they have to face on so far, but I guess this is a canon event. They won't be able to improve without this. And that is why for now we'll say goodbye, and later on we'll be back for our next map here in still our second series of TARINGBABI and as well as Virtus.pro.
Careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it double.
Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Hello everyone, it is still our current series of still TARINGBABI and as well as Virtus.pro, and the question here is, will TARINGBABI actually make it a bit closer in our next map, considering that I think it's already certain that Virtus.pro might actually close this in a sweep, but again, such a behemoth here. TARINGBABI is definitely having quite of a difficult time.
Onchi, if I put you in a polygraph right now, those grabs will be going way up in the air for you to ask those questions, which is kind of concerning to say the least. But it's okay. It's okay. We're still giving props here for TARINGBABI. There is a chance, as long as there is a team capable of filling a 5-man roster with hopes and dreams of flying to Paris, there is a possibility that Virtus.pro will still clear this 2-0. I am so sorry, TARINGBABI. With what we've seen inside of Port, this is not going to be any different inside of Ankara, because both Port and Ankara are the two maps that are being mastered by Virtus.pro for 2 years almost now. So I feel like TARINGBABI is en route for something like probably a high kill count, but not really much on a very impressive way to get a, like, what, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. But then again, Virtus.pro might be able to get, like, what, their third 10-0 of the year. That could be a possibility. But then again, TARINGBABI, as long as you give Penjahat the keys to the city, there might just be a very rare occurrence that Cetra might be in a run for his money. So yeah, Virtus.pro 2-0 incoming, but the way that they will get the 2-0, I'm afraid it's going to be 10-0 all over the board, Moji.
That is crazy, but I am actually vouching that they will be getting a bit more rounds in comparison to earlier, hopefully. And I think it is now time for TARINGBABI to face the inevitable. And let us now call on Datum and as well as Ramon for our next one.
The second set really is going to be a shining light on if TARINGBABI can face the heat up against Virtus.pro, and I feel like the challenge is just one hell of an impossible task. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're in towards our second set. Ankara awaits for us, and you're still joined with me, Ramon, and Datum on the cast as well. Honestly, Datum, I'll give you one heck of a theory, right? If crossfire rounds were decided on first bloods, thanks to Penjot on TARINGBABI, I feel like they'd had a better chance, but because the mid rounds have been a big influence for Virtus.pro, it's just not really the light of day that TARINGBABI has been seeing.
Ramon, even then, it's still arguable, because you gotta remember, after a couple of rounds, Yobi picked up the sniper, and then it was Virtus.pro that was all constantly getting the first blood. So even on that metric, TARINGBABI still are at a 50-50. And in Ankara, I feel like it doesn't really change much compared to Port, right? It's a lot of the same playing field that is very default heavy, and a lot of map rotation is required in Ankara. A lot of mid control as well, which if you remember in Port, TARINGBABI kind of failed to get a lot of, even on the GR side, which is quite crucial here to say the least. Although some silver lining, Ankara will be started off with TARINGBABI on the GR side. Virtus.pro are kind of obliging them by giving them the more favorable side at first. So yeah, I mean, I hope TARINGBABI can at least score equal footing in the first half.
I mean, while we say that, right, it already, even in their favorite map of Port, they're already losing a few minuscule things that they would have used in order to, like, get at least a small advantage. I talked about the CA boost that they could have gotten for themselves. They don't have that. What else kind of tricks do they already losing out on this Ankara map? Let's listen to the comms.
Tara, gitna lang. Hanggang gitna lang. Tapos balik tayo LA yan. Kung kayo.
Satu, TB, narik kemit. 5-5 ya, hit. Satu lagi di TB. Satu mid, satu TB.
I love how Coach Shin is just standing there, staring at his teammates. He's like, seriously, boys, or else. Yobib absolutely taking the fight against Proton serious as Virtus.pro take control of TB. KSA and Elvin with the duo AKs. Okay, love to see this look. I mean, you have to remember, Virtus.pro, whenever it's pressure time, KSA does pick up the AK. And it's kind of like a match made in heaven, right? KSA's playstyle and the AK-47.
Regarding to the fact of round 0-2 being like that, I did tell you that he likes to watch the veteran games as well. And if he did watch how Matt just played, I'd probably be the same thing to my team after that. I'd be worried, right? So
Yeah.
you can kind of respect that for 0-2, really still giving that respect over to TB. Despite, I'd say, the skill gap, it's still something that Virtus.pro have the advantage. The respect giving over to TARINGBABI as they now have control over the mid side. 1 minute on the clock. And on the soak position, they're still on that default. 50 seconds. Elvin, first contact in El Campe. It's going to be that first contact, but is he going to be prepared as Elvin reaches the corner, gets the golden headshot onto him. So the bridge position, definitely something that they can contest. And Cetra is just going to eat ㍍MB alive. This is just a difference in terms of how they're approaching the Sankara map.
Absolutely. Virtus.pro taking the same tempo as they did in Port, and Janga PHT not faring any better. Elvin. Wow, what a flick! Switches to the behind and he gets a kill onto PHT. Janga running into RS, but he's got 4 players in front of him. And the first one is going to be KSA, who spots him out, calling the team to burst out a couple of HEs, and he's not even going to need them. Virtus.pro, round 1, secured.
Slow and steady as well from them, and it's not in a way that they're losing on the 1v1s. They're taking it calmly to take that forward approach on the mid side. A 1-3-1 that we also kind of like from VP. That mid round when they also got themselves over towards that long B position. It was that slow draining approach shot to TB that really won out those gunfights in the end. KSA again on that LA position. TB have themselves that crossfire set up. Flash coming in. But nades in response. KSA with the headshot. Second as well onto El Campe. This is beautiful from VP. And they have all the map space that they can work with.
Yeah, Virtus.pro reading every single play here for TARINGBABI on the defense, particularly here in the second round. KSA anticipating both players with a crossfire in the boxes in LA and in CA, as Janga are waiting to receive this aggression. Virtus.pro, all 4 players in LA.
Exactly, the push in. That's the bit to get that first shot. Good timing onto KLR, just clearing out that room position. Tape fully secured for Virtus.pro. TB just separating both of these players, going for that retake on all fronts.
Yep. Nice shot from ㍍MB though, coming in from the flank as he takes down KSA, but he's got 3 players all in front and they all know where he's gonna come from. And ㍍MB will be watching CA, watching KLR, but everyone knows that it is an impossibility to get past these 3, especially without any utility. ㍍MB isn't even gonna try to use his HE. Right beat KLR through the smoke. And KLR, well, he's just toying with him at this point. VP 2-0.
Like the smallest glance of disrespect that we've seen from Virtus.pro. And putting a lot of pressure onto ㍍MB in that 1v1 as well. I do like the approach that they've had over towards LA. They knew that CA invents push was a possibility for TARINGBABI. They pushed it with util. The slow comp push coming through from KSA. And even noting the flank from ㍍MB as well. There's a good catch from KLR to net them that 2-0. Onto the other side of the map you go for VP.
Elvin, quick push onto BR. ㍍MB is hiding right behind the smoke, but Yobib still pushes despite being 1 HP. Hotel control secured for Elvin, but he will find the trade no matter what. And he's looking at Jangar, taking him down. And Elvin forces out the trade, Ramon.
I know, right? Back to the Virtus pause we go with the push all the way towards that LB position.
Yes.
Kind of tell that TARINGBABI wanted to play with the numbers back again, but not close enough for them to play with their teammates. Easy pickings off the Jangar. Protons does get the frag on the KLR, but KSA still having a buddy system with KLR to make that 3v3 happen. But individually, VP are happy to kind of separate between the pack. They leave Elvin on the other side, while LA now a possibility for Virtus.pro.
El Compay is right in front of KSA and Zetra, and KSA is the one holding his angle. Flash is there. Ridiculous from KSA. He's just mowing El Compay down as Elvin has somehow slipped into the enemy spawn, and behind PHT he goes. ㍍MB will be the first one to go down, and ㅍMatch, well, he's just screaming for help now, Ramon.
Absolutely. As VP are already towards our spawn, eating their food, wearing their clothes, getting comfortable. As he also cuts off ㅍMatch, he can't get out of exit. With the shot coming down, Elvin with that spray. This beautiful timing coming through from Virtus.Pro. 3-0 on their car map.
They even called for the rotate, man, even after they saw where ㅍMatch was gonna come from. Speaking of Penja, he's not playing the sniper, it's Protons on the PRG this time. Interesting adjustment, given ㅍMatch has been firing up in the sniper department. As ㅍBib jumps up towards bridge, taking down El Compay in the process.
I can see a theory where ㅍMatch just likes to use the sniper on port but not anywhere else, man. I mean, it's only the possibility that I could see, but ㅍMatch spots out Elvin as that whole tilt position is compromised for TARINGBABI. He wants to still challenge the lone lurker from Virtus.Pro. Well, you know Virtus.Pro are not going at it aggressively. They're just gonna bundle up over towards Hotel while the round progresses.
This is a very CFPL Ankara from Virtus.Pro. Every inch of map control garnered, and even though they know they're gonna win the duels, they still rotate away from the enemy. There's a lot of respect here being shown by Virtus.Pro. You can definitely feel the stare of Coach Shane at the back of the heads of the players of Virtus.Pro here.
Breathing down their necks, right? Cetra definitely hit that shot because Coach Shane's right behind him saying you have to hit that, Cetra. He does so want the Jangar down below, 3 versus 5. TB now know that they're coming over to the A side, but they're all getting faked out. Because look at VP, ㅍBib on the entry, and ㅍMB knows, but ㅍMB's the only man to try to stop them. Get clear from Elvin and ㅍMatch, the lone man on the site. Has the clutch up on the other side against 3 people from VP. They're all looking towards the same direction. And TARINGBABI cannot catch a break.
And look at the faces of the boys. Not even an ounce of a smile. They are taking this very seriously, Virtus.Pro. Going as far as putting KSA on the perma AK roll. And Virtus.Pro expecting a bit of aggression from TARINGBABI. But look at TB, Ramon. Oh, they look scared.
I mean, not even willing to contest that. They don't even have a sniper right now.
No one's pushing.
No one's pushing. No one's holding the angle because of the sniper. Or a lack of a sniper thereof for TB. What the push coming in on high mid. Virtus.Pro are putting the pressure back on that mid side again.
Ooh, ㅍMatch with a peek. Jangar also, and they both get taken down. Virtus.Pro. It's a clinical dismantling, and TARINGBABI can't even put up a fight.
I mean, it reminds you of matchup recently for Veteran where they're getting respected by their opponents, pushing left and right. Cetra on the shot on the Protons as well. ㅍMB with a second kill. Makes the round a little bit more interesting until KLR just touch that hope down. 1 versus 3 up against El Campe, but he fully knows that A site might be the call for Virtus.Pro.
But he's all alone, Ramon. That's not much he can do at this conjuncture. He does have a single piece of utility. But Elvin's just gonna plant even without any cover from EA. He's good. Keller on the hunt. Zetra on exit, and he's just gonna hit the easy shot. Ramon, this is an interesting take from TARINGBABI. They are adjusting every round. I could see that the reason why they didn't put up any snipers in that last round is because they noticed there hasn't been any sniper angles from Zetra. If you remember, Zetra was the one pushing towards Vents or EA with the Colt. And the reason why TARINGBABI are not picking up the snipers is because they don't see the snipers anyway from Virtus.Pro. And when they see a long angle, it's Elvin pushing, it's KLR lurking with an HK straight to their face. So might as well just take the close quarters, but even then, it's KSA, it's ㅍBib. There's just no escape for TARINGBABI wherever they go.
Doesn't also help that the util has an on point for Virtus.Pro. You remember the early rounds around that LA position, they usually smoke off that EA spot, forcing TARINGBABI to play a little bit more proactive around that smoke, forcing themselves into position to get a little bit too aggressively. That's also the kind of game that you want to put KSA and Yobib to respond to, right? And it's not looking good for TARINGBABI on their defaults right now. And while we kind of respect them for the mid-round adjustments and in sometimes trying to adjust the game plan, like abandoning the sniper, that like we kind of see from them. ㍍MB also improving individually in his performance. He's put up 6 kills right now, which is already bar higher compared to how his port map has been. But for the rest of the team, it's not looking so great, especially for a Virtus.Pro that has been faking them out time and time again on this BL side, man.
Exactly, and even in the mid rounds, right, where it's a 3v1 or a 4v1 even, Virtus.Pro opt to rotate away from that singular player. If we were watching someone like STS, for example, they're all gonna bum rush towards that one person because they have that confidence and they have that ego. But Virtus.Pro taking all the methodic approaches in every single scenario. And I love the way Virtus.Pro have also been able to, well, specifically identify the threat on the other side, which is Penja, and the sniping here from TARINGBABI. You see ㅍMatch getting forced away from that sniper, and everyone else for that matter here is just more of a quirk of Virtus.Pro forcing that kind of adjustment from their opponents, and it's just oh so deadly here from Virtus.Pro, showing us that they are still very much the top dogs here in Southeast Asia, and taking away the doubts that they are now jumping from 2 to 3, because they definitely are mad of that execution loss. Gotta remember, Ramon, the one occurrence in years that they've been beat by execution specifically, and they want revenge.
Exactly right. They do want revenge after that, especially. It kind of tells you that maybe the experimentation period is over for this team in particular, right? Especially with fully knowing that the firepower is still alive and present for this team. They really just need to polish everything that they also have, right? So I guess what Salvatore said about this being target practice up against TARINGBABI really has taken shape in a way that it's also not only polishing their own individual mechanics, but also polishing the set book tracks that they also like to do in the maps that they have played so far, right? We saw the very patient port that's been slowly draining the life out of them in terms of the map control, where you kind of see them push mid end to Z side very, very slowly. And then on this Ankara map, you kind of also see them counter a lot of the setups coming through from TARINGBABI, which again, it's the Virtus.Pro way of countering this sort of setups against the teams, especially when they're on the BL side. Exactly. I kind of want to see that more nurture and grow while this group stage progresses, especially against more known teams here in SEA.
Exactly. And if you think about it, right, if you are a team that wants to beat Virtus.Pro, you're gonna want to watch VODs of them playing against big teams like Stallions, FERVID, for example. Virtus.Pro, their enemies are not gonna watch this game against TARINGBABI, so might as well slip in an experimental play, right? Try something they haven't done before. Take inspiration from other regions, for example, and make it work against TARINGBABI, and then make it work against other teams.
Well, you were looking for a sniper. They gave you 2. Tatum, Jangar, and Penjat. Now doubling up on the mid angle. Good shot on the KSA. Protons is an unknown quantity. Yobib clears him and gets sprayed down by Protons. KelR and Elvin, they bounce back after the push.
No.
And Team B, they're doing too much on the mid round. They had the numbers and they also got shut down. Jangar on the 1v3. And he was left on alone on an island towards the A side as he gets the kill on the sniper. He has a lot of work to do on the other side of the map.
Elvin was there the entire time. The box just outside of Big Door, and able to pick up a couple of kills. TARINGBABI somewhat unable to recover unless Jangar can put a miracle up against KelR and Elvin, but they are grouping up, Ramon. They know that Jangar's got the sniper, which is why they're playing together.
Which is nice. I do like that from Virtus.Pro again, adapting to the situation. Convincingly, they get themselves a mid-round that we're looking for over to the other side of the map, as all the time in the world for Jangar, and time is not his friend, and not against KelR as well. 10 seconds, nades out, they're just throwing everything at him. With 5 seconds, nothing that Jangar can do at this point. He's peeking into KelR, and it's the easiest spray of his life. It's 6-0 for Virtus.Pro.
It is, and it is as easy as it can get for Elvin to find these angles up against his opponents with 2 quick kills. KelR, 3 kills on the board as well. It was these 2 that was doing the bidding the entire round, and they were the ones that was fittingly able to close it out. Elvin, again, same position, but he's looking to peek Big Door.
He wants that. He wants to smoke, but on the other side of it, you're meeting up against 4 3 players from TARINGBABI as they spot out ㍍MATCH towards that TB possession as well. But the focal point here is Elvin. Fully knowing stack on the other side is something that Elvin is very much unaware of right now.
Protons and El Pompe waiting for the peak, but they are not waiting for the flash. Elvin
Jesus.
picks them both up with one single mag, and Zetra with one bullet picks up Jangar. That is how you push. And Virtus.Pro putting up another clinic against TARINGBABI. ㅍMatch picking up a kill, but I can't help but feel like that is nothing but consolation. Virtus.Pro with 7.
Now then, right there is a reason or a big player that you have to watch out for in that moment. From the head-to-head, you saw the stats, and you know that he's a player that does not deserve to be below 1 on the KD, as he really has been a focal point towards that long B position. One flash was enough to kind of shave off the entirety of TARINGBABI, trying to defend that long mid position. That will be that 7-0 for VP. Really, it is simple for them. And even time is not the friend of TARINGBABI right now, man.
Exactly. Even on the GR side, which is weird to say. Just can't help but feel like this map is getting closer, smaller and smaller for them. Protons is pushing mid though. About to make contact with Yobib. If Protons gets the kill, at least he gets some semblance of control, and he does. Yobib down, Zetra has to back off.
He has to. That's info given over to TARINGBABI, and also the numbers. They're going to respect that. They're going to keep control over TB, while VP themselves take control over Hotel ㅍMV. He's not in trouble anymore. Elvin loses on the spray 1v1, but KLR will take ㅍMV's life from long range because of the nade this time around. 3v4. And they push up to the mid side. Something proactive from TB, but KSA will steal it all away with a quick spray down on the AK. TB, they were up 4 versus 2. And in a blink of an eye, KSA just steals it all back, man.
Yeah. TARINGBABI worked all around long to get that advantage, and KSA just whips it off like it's nothing. Jangar has to somehow take the advantage yet again, and he's got no clue that one is already inside of the site. Zetra climbing up ever so silently, and he strikes. Jangar is out, and ㅍMATCH left wondering what the hell happened. He's just down again, and Virtus.Pro, that's a soul-crushing round, and KSA is just a dream killer.
Heartbreaker over to the side of TARINGBABI. They had, again, the early round that they were dreaming of. The early kill onto Yobib, and then doubling down on it was the worst mistake of their lives, considering that they had the lack of that CA control. KSA himself just took matters into his own hands. And now forcing the fight out for VP. HM completely taking control of Virtus.Pro, and even towards their own spawn, TB is not safe. So this push over to Elvin is the only thing that they got going for themselves.
It's the same spot for Elvin, but he doesn't have a supportive flash from his team. How is Yobib planting? What the heck happened here? Zetra finds a roaming ㅍMATCH, but Yobib all alone has gotten the bomb down.
Without even dying. Before Elvin gets taken out as well. The easiest plant for the side of VP, as but 20 seconds. Protons is the only man here. Already low on HP because of the spray from Yobib, and around the smoke, Protons is taken out. Zetra delivers the kill over to Jangar. 10 seconds, TB are not even gonna touch the bomb site. Alcampe, the last victim for Yobib, as he eats him up alive. Already 9-0. And it's series point for Virtus.Pro.
And this is the kind of loss, Ramon, that TARINGBABI is just the worst to experience in any game. The slow burn that Virtus.Pro is doing, it's crushing. It kind of feels like there's nothing you can do, no matter how talented of a player you are. If you don't know what your enemies are doing or where they're gonna come from, you are just going to crumble. And look at Coach Shane. He's like the man pulling the strings here for Virtus.Pro. You know that this is his doing, this is his plan, and this is what he plans to do for the rest of Southeast Asia. Heck, for the rest of the world. Virtus.Pro are showing us that they are still the same clinical doctors, clinical killers that they are. Up against TARINGBABI and up against anyone daring to fight against them.
Cetra is so zen right now. He's feeling no pressure at all. And it's argued he's not really the star right now, at least in this particular TARINGBABI game, where Yobib and KSA have been doing all the legwork. Doesn't really need to do too much, especially if majority of the GR half for TARINGBABI has been with the lack of a sniper. It's been him on the back lines, just almost like he's just chilling while he's just letting his attackers just run free all over this Ankara game. And for this GR side, I can kind of expect that VP are not even gonna fully contest a lot of the space right now. They can just play passive, maybe an early peek over the TV, maybe some sort of CA control. But other than that, I think it's just gonna be another case of VP just respecting their opponents.
Let's see. I mean, it is a potential final round, so Virtus.pro have the opportunity to go out with a bang. Just one round of what we call in Tagalog, kulit from Virtus.pro here. Perhaps.
Or Asim.
Maybe. And you can feel. Look at Yobib's eyes, man. He wants to push. You can feel it.
His finger is itching.
Yeah.
To hold W right now as we now walk in towards the second half. We're gonna see if Virtus.pro are gonna go at it with a passive control. Elvin is on the other side of that door spot as DB. They're not hesitating any longer.
There you go.
They want to walk into Elvin. He's spraying with the AK. Goes down without a fight. 2 kills from him. Kel R gets the third for the side of VP. Jangar gets that into a 2 versus 3, etc. On the cult, on the nade. It's not enough to kill out Jangar. He wants to fight it up against Cetra, who also goes down into a 1v3 for Penjot, and I don't think they will even have a veil of hope up against Virtus.pro.
Not even an inch. There you go. Yobib closes it with a perfect game here. 10-0 for Virtus.pro. And Coach Shane is a man that is hard to please, but he's got to be pleased with the boys right now. That's, I think, the first perfect game we've had here in the group stage. And it is no other than Virtus.pro to pick it up. A 2-0, a 10-0 in Ankara. And Virtus.pro are out for blood.
It was clinical. It was as patient as ever that we kind of expected from Virtus.pro. And from the port into Ankara, we kind of saw the map veto, and we already knew what to expect from this, because those are 2 of the maps that we kind of can expect from a VP with their playstyle as well, right? I mean, an online Yobib, an online KSA already translates over to the second set. I mean, it's as comfortable as ever for the side of Virtus.pro, and with a 10-0 like that, I think they're already revitalized after that Execration win, man.
Exactly. I mean, it's kind of hard to kind of recover from a match like that of Execration's loss here, or Virtus.pro's loss against Execration, right? So you can definitely see how hands-on the coach is in managing the mentality here of the players, even up against TARINGBABI. They kind of are living by the mantra that every single match counts at this point, because let's face it, it kind of does for Virtus.pro, right? Reclaiming that status quo is what they're after here, more so than the title, I would say. Virtus.pro have held that top 2 position for the longest time, it feels like, here. And for the first time in, what, 2 years, 3 years, they're getting challenged. So they're out to prove a point that they are still the elite here in Southeast Asia, at least. And they start off with TARINGBABI. Unfortunately, it's just in the warpath here of Virtus.pro. And they're reclaiming as well, just that they are the team that is the same clinical team that took down the likes of Pacific Macta back in the olden days. So Virtus.pro, I mean, I like the way Coach Shane is approaching the mentality set here for the side of Virtus.pro, and I'm excited to see them face against STS yet again.
Me too. There's a long way to go, but this time around, TARINGBABI really has been on the other side of it, right? So with this 2-0, VP have now reclaimed that sort of confidence rising in towards that group stage. As we now throw it over to our panel, Mochi and Salvatore are going to expound on this whole series of the VP win.
Thank you so much to our casters, and holy, you are right to actually getting that 10-0 here for Virtus.pro, and it seems like TARINGBABI, all I can say is that some of them are scratching the back of their head, someone is having a face palm, you know, which is, I know it is quite funny to look at, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure that just means that they don't know how to handle Virtus.pro at all.
honestly, Bochi, the next thing that you don't want to happen is to prove the casters right. And by God, Virtus.Pro, for the third time in the year, they've gotten another 10-0. It just goes to show like how huge of a depth this team has. And when it comes to skill in expressing how good they are, you will not be merciful. You will not be spared, basically. You will not be given mercy. You will understand and you will be seeing what it feels like to go up against the greatest of the greats, man. Virtus.Pro, they did not miss a beat. ㅉBIB and as well as Cetra delivered what the gods or even the monks have promised us, that we will be given one backup player that knows how to use the EBR so perfectly and a sniper that does everything. Take a look at the numbers. 3 100 ratings and a kill-less gameplay for El Campe, which is kinda tough to look at because this has not happened in one occasion. Mochi, the first time it happened, it was from Jangar, and by God, it happened to a teammate now. And TARINGBABI, I'm so sorry, man, that it has to happen for like the second time. But man, TARINGBABI, we gotta lock in on those scrims, my friends. But yeah, Virtus.Pro, they have quite possibly like, you know, an Ankara that felt like, you know, just brushing off dust on their shoulders.
Yep, that is true. And not to mention 10 KD here for Cetra. Oh my, maybe because of the one death that he accumulated for the whole entirety of Ankara, reason as to why he has that numbers. It's full of 10s and 9s here for his
that's
statistics. Yeah, dude. This is bad. This is bad for TARINGBABI, and this is so good for our records here on Virtus.Pro. And I guess that slip is just the one single round that they gave away from port, and after that, none anymore. Like totally zero here. 10-0 here in the map of Ankara. Virtus.Pro really had no mercy against TARINGBABI. But now let us check who is our match MVP, and it would be KSA.
Okay, we had ㅉBIB, Cetra, and then what is this guy doing here? Apparently, with the accumulated stats for the 2 sets, we have KSA as our MVP, ending the game with a 0.40 per headshot per kill and a 3.38 KD. I can't believe that what ㅉBIB and Cetra performed, they are not even closing near to the MVP status that is KSA. And we saw 2 worlds here, Bochi, that he can play EBR and as well as the AK-47, which I do think still has the magnet like the Mjolnir of Thor, because it just wouldn't slip out on the hands of KSA because, you know, it was his trusty weapon. That is where he was noted for, the headshots. And for a LAN gamer who used M4A1s during 3v3 off sounds, he's pretty good at dishing those headshots. And in a world filled with HK-417s, this man is proving that there's no tier list of weapons. As long as there is a weapon guaranteed to get one tapped, I will use that. And that is KSA right there, still using the AK-47 after 2 years of almost, you know, seeing HK-417s from that lobby to this lobby. But later on, we'll be hearing much more here for Virtus.Pro. Congratulations for the amazing 2-0. But by God, one round, Mochi. One round. That's what all TARINGBABI that they got for 2 sets.
Yes, only one. Oh, if I am like a player of TARINGBABI right now, I would just be reminiscing all of the things that I suffered upon for this entire series, because dude, this is so difficult to experience, you know. But I guess our desk is now ready to welcome our guest here from Virtus.Pro, and I guess it's just right that we call on. Is this Cetra? It's Cetra's account, but I don't know if this is Cetra. No, this is Coach 02.
Coach!
Hi, Coach.
Whoa,
02.
more handsome than Cetra.
And there you have it from the coach himself. Welcome, congratulations. That is very fast and dominating series here against TARINGBABI. Salvatore, you can ask away.
Okay, banata na natin ang tanong, no, Coach. Actually, no, congratulations. Amazing games from your boys, definitely, no. Pero kung itatanong ko lang, Coach, in terms of group stage, May nakikita ka bang pinagkaiba sa ugali, sa mental, o kaya sa gun skill ng mga bata mo from Master Spring all the way to Master Summer kung paano nila tinatapos yung laro? May nakikita ka bang pinagkaiba? O ganun pa rin naman sila ka-destructive?
Oh, hindi tayo mag-English? Okay, kaya ako nandito, kala mag-English tayo. Anyway, kung papansin ninyo, we are more comfortable now sa aming mga choices of guns, and we got our new meta. We got 2 AKs and 2 M14s. We've been looking for 2 seasons kung ano yung aming gagawin, and we are very comfortable now sa na decision namin, and it's been 2 final losses para makuha namin to kasi we were never that comfortable talaga sa HK. Lalasang mag-HK ng Pilipino. I mean, especially Kano, si Polex, they're so good. We cannot handle their firepower like that. So we got AK Kings on my team right now. So we are going to hold on to that. And ba't ba ako nag-English? Nauubusan ako rito, Salvatore. Pero yeah, mas komportable kami ngayon. Di pala, kala ko si English kaya ako nandito. Pero anyway, yeah. And by the way, shout out to TARINGBABI. They know us from EVOS. Shout out to you guys. Keep grinding. Just play hard, go pro.
Ooh. Buti naman may words of encouragement pa rin naman dito mula kay coach. Lalo't malapit din sa puso no. And no Mochi, sorry, may follow up ako dito no. Coach, it has been like almost a year since na-implement tong HK nga na to no. Potentially ba madadala ba itong AK-47 na to? Kung sakali lang naman, pero parang feeling ko pwede no. Baka sakali ba naming makikita tong AK-47 na to pag lumipad si Virtus.pro papuntang Paris?
Yes, definitely we are going to stick on this gameplay, on this setup. Sabi ko nga, we can't give it to them. The best HKs, give it to them, but make sure that we got the best AKs in the world. So that's the goal for Kian and Elvin, and I think they're almost more than halfway there. So we got time. We got time to practice more of these AKs. So we will see. And I'm excited kung sakali and kung sakali magka-finals ulit. I'm excited to bring this up to bring hell kasi AK loud and ano yan, di ba? Loud and fast parang gano'n. So let's see what will happen.
Yeah, and ganda rin no na meron tayong redefinition dito ng mga loadouts para sa ating mga players na talagang grabe no, flexibility and as well as comfortability talaga yung binapakita din dito no for them. So Coach Jiruto, this is actually not related to Virtus.pro, pero as of the current time, ano yung mga na-observe natin dito for veteran and as well as TARINGBABI?
They got so much more to learn, and by just practicing. At sana, if they can contact some Philippine team, maybe practice with them, scrim with them. You will learn a lot from that. And yeah, just keep grinding and grinding kasi that's the only secret in success. Work hard. So nakikita nyo, lahat ng Philippine team ngayon, we are working hard. Everyone is, you don't even know who's going to be top 1 on this season. I was so surprised nga dun sa nangyari sa STS. And then nangyari sa amin, and then suddenly, boom, matches happened. So, yeah.
Yes.
But sabi ko nga sa post ko, ginulo ng execution yung hierarchy, tapos pinatag ni MATTJESS. So right now, it's everyone's ball game, and we are eyeing for that top 1 mula nung ginawa ng matches. So shout out kay Vincent and his crew. Man, that was a great game nung yesterday. So again, you guys leveled out the playing field for everyone nung ginawa nyo yan.
Exactly, Coach. No, the group stage is just full of surprises up until now, and maybe even in the next few weeks na magkakaroon tayo dito. And I guess it's already time, no, Coach 02, no? Pwede mo nang i-shoutout ang mga gusto mong batiin, and the floor is yours.
Yes, shout out again to the Indonesian fans of TARINGBABI. Shout out to you guys, EVOS fans. Yeah, to the Virtus.pro fans, shout out sa inyo. Again, the Indonesian teams out there, just keep grinding. You can actually contact our IGL if you wanna set up a scrim. We can do that. Don't worry. We are open sa scrim kahit sinong team, even impact teams. Just contact KLR, and we are open. Ranking doesn't matter in practice. We practice with you. You practice with us. That's it. And shout out to my team. Good job. I requested 2 10-0s, 1 10-0, good enough. Well, yeah, next time, let's be more serious, guys. So, kasi nagkaroon sila ng konting konting parang easy lalo na to. Ano. So anyway, I'm still
15-0.
Yeah. Sabi ko, let's do it 20-0, but yeah, that's how it is. Pero sa kalaban namin, it doesn't mean that you guys are bad. It means that we need to gain some confidence habang tumatagal ang season, and nandun lang kayo sa dadaanan namin. So anyway, good game sa inyo, and I'm looking forward sa aming next week na laban. It's going to be Atras, the team that beat us qualifiers, and hopefully you guys are going to be ready, because it's not going to be the same outcome. Trust me on that. And that's actually a warning. Nag-iingay na yung mga nasa likod. Yeah, we are very excited on facing you Atras, and it's not going to be the same. And shout out to you, Salvatore, Mochi. And I was hoping na nandito si El. I wanna talk to him sa ganito. Kala ko si El yung mag-interview. Pero anyway, shout out to El. Shout out to Virtus.pro.PHT. Shout out din sa MVP. Sino ba MVP? Ikaw ba? MVP? MVP si KSAK. So shout out sa inyo.
Yeah.
And see you next week. And make sure to tune in sa next match natin. And we're definitely going to watch that with FB versus STS. Bye. Thank you. Shout out to my wife pala. Papagalitan ako niyan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ruto, and congratulations. And syempre, aabangan talaga namin yung susunod na laban niyo with Atras. Can't wait for
Happy
that
Father's
one.
Day, Coach.
And and it's nice that there's also some words of encouragement for our Rosie or Rosea brothers out there. Keep fighting, guys. Keep fighting. And yes, you already heard, Coach. If you need some assistance, just tell them. Contact their IGL, KLR, okay? I'm reiterating that because we want you guys to go. But next match, it will be Team Stallions and as well as FERVID! Woo! This is about to be spicy for sure. And do you have any thoughts before we call the break here, Salvatore? Because I'm pretty sure that's a lot. That's overflowing.
Ay, nako, Bochi, dami kong gustong sabihin, honestly, but the mere fact that finally, no offense to Atras, but Revenge will finally get the best test that he can para maipakita nga talaga sa mundo that he's actually back. Was it because of the matchups? Was it because of his game sense? Hindi natin alam, pero ngayon, lahat ng yon masasagot na nga with a match between him and A7J. My God, eto na nga ang gusto kong makita, no, Mochi. FERVID and STS, tumataas yung aura talaga habang binabagit natin yung pangalan na itong dalawang to. Kaya Mochi, tawagin mo na yung break na yan.
Ano guys, after the break natin magkakaroon tayo ng isang mini na hot take segment, which is for sure aabangan nyo, makipagkwentuhan kayo sa amin maya-maya. And bago din ako magtawag ng break, binabati ko nga pala ang aking mamahal na ama. Okay? Shoutout sa'yo, Emerson Gonzalez. Yan, full name pa para sa'yo na I love you. Okay? And for now, break muna tayo. Maya-maya, balik tayo sa ating last series of the day.